little bit. I need to move the time up, and just going to kind of go with it and see what happens and make it work. So appreciate you guys popping on in here and saying good morning. So give it a second for folks to get on here in the room, and we will have a chat. Lots of things to talk about today. Good morning, Ghetto Freeman Media. Good morning. How are you? Good morning, Alshami. Good morning, Nancy G. What's up, Rudin? How are you? Hello, Rocky Dean. On a smile and a shoe shine. Good morning. What's up, Tawana? Hope everybody is doing well on this Monday morning. I don't know about you all, but I'm kind of ready for fall. Like I'm in that mode now where I'm ready for hot tea and coffee and hoodies and all the things. I'm there now. I'm ready. Good morning, Lisa. How are you? So first, let me just say I appreciate you guys coming in here, liking, sharing, posting, commenting, doing all the things. Yep, I am downloading. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Amy. You know, tomorrow's Bella's birthday. Good morning, M. Tom. Good morning, Toop. Good morning, Carl. Yeah, tomorrow's Bella's birthday. So we're, kind of getting ready to get in gear. So all the big Leo energy. Good morning, Kat. We're gonna hey Marnie, I'll text you later so that we can get together and do spreadsheets. Realistically, I'm not gonna be able to do it until Wednesday with Bella's birthday being tomorrow. So congrats on your daughter graduating college. Yes, Carla, early morning. I think this is the place where we're going to land. I really do. When I think about the way that life is and like what the schedule is with the kids and school and good morning, Burke, and all of those things, I really do think maybe a 9 to 1, 9 to 2 time frame is going to be better. For those of you guys that have been with me for the 2 years that I've been going live on TikTok, you know that I used to go early. And then when other people started to pick a particular time slot, I changed my time slot to kind of accommodate other people. And I still think that that's fine and whatever. I also think that I just have to go live when I need to go, and then it's just going to have to be what it's going to be, So we'll just see. Yeah, Mike, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't disappeared. I'm right here. So we're going to go from there. Yep, it's tomorrow, Marky, for sure. Good morning, Mel Gray. I bet you are. I bet you are definitely over the moon. So no blaming you. Can't blame you at all. So I have 3 main things up here today that I want to talk about and go into quite a bit, but they're not the only things, right? So obviously, just like the usual, we can talk about, I gotcha, Micah. Okay. So, of course, we can still talk about healthcare and education and housing and economic mobility and immigration and, all the other things that are the policy pieces and the components that I believe should be the foundation of how we vote and what we're looking at and how we choose candidates and how we move forward. Appreciate you, Tech Lady. I wanted to address these because so this morning I went kind of swooshing around the tick of the talk to see what are people talking about. What are the conversations that people are having? And I specifically went looking for conservative lives. I went to the search bar to look for lives that were actively going on that were conservative. And so I didn't go up on any panels, but I went into 1 or 2, and then I went into a Black conservative one, and just to see what they were talking about. And these are some of the things, not the ICE thing. But the Mamdani quote, they were talking about the DSAs, they were talking about, and reparations, they were talking about. And so these 3 things seem to be being used and utilized by a particular group of people. And I believe that it's just a distraction, right? I think there are people that are on the internet that, number one, know that they can get people in the room to talk about these things, because they can be divisive, they can be upsetting, they can bring out emotions, but they're also a great distraction from talking about the policy, right? Good morning, namaste, fam. And so I wanted to address them like straight off the bat, because I feel like, part of the benefit of being on this app and across the socials and having a platform is to be able to address things and provide context and clarity and accurate information, right? What's up, Amanda? Hey, Taryn. And so I'm thinking like that's my thought process. So that's what I'm going to do today. Um, I went into a particular live this morning, and the live was I don't know why you guys froze over here. Hopefully you're back. But good morning, Jamie. The live that I went into this morning, there was a picture of Mamdani with this quote that said the Democratic Party is going, quote unquote, back to what it used to be. And immediately what the people on the panel started saying was number one, that's all it said. The quote simply said, I'm not running from the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party needs to go back to what it used to be. That was the quote. And immediately, can you all guess the first thing that I thought when I saw this one sentence? When I saw this one sentence, the first thing that I thought about was, where's the rest of the conversation? Like, what's the context of this one sentence, right? Yeah, Stephanie, I know, but that's something that I don't think that you can just address like on a topic. I think that it has to, yeah, Renee, I just went live. It was interesting. So Tex, listen, you didn't come up on the panel yesterday when I accepted you. So you can either request to come up on the panel or you'll be muted, because I just believe that you're here to be distracting, and I'm not interested in that. So you either want to have a respectful, viable conversation or you'll be muted. It doesn't matter to me, whatever you want to do. So you can either request up or be muted. It's whatever you want to do. I love that, Indigo. So you just let me know, Texas Travel. Okay. So let me go ahead and finish. Love that, Apple user, Karen. But so here's the thing. My immediate first thought was, what's the context of the conversation? Where's the rest of what he said? So immediately, yeah, Stubbs, I'm always on in the morning. I'm just usually not on until 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'm pushing it up a little bit. I'm trying to find a sweet spot. I really do think it's going to be 9 a.m. It's going to be the new time. And I think that the reason why is because it really does suit me after I get everybody like where they need to go in the mornings and get myself situated. And then no matter what happens, whether it's the kids getting out of school, whether it's my VA appointments on Wednesday, like whatever it is, I know that I'm going to be done and wrapped up in time to get done with what I need to get done. So these 4 hours, this 9 to 1, I think is going to be the new time frame. But we'll see. I'm going to give it a whirl, and I'm going to do this entire week from 9 to 1, and then we'll see what happens. Okay. But here's the thing. And I appreciate you guys for the butterfly masks. So here's my thought around this. As my immediate thought was, what's the context of the conversation? What does he mean? And so this is literally how simple it was. I just went to the internet and I typed in, Mamdani says the Democratic Party needs to go back to the to the party that it used to be. And immediately it pulled up the interview. I mean, he's on a podcast and he's talking about this very thing. And the clip that I found is still, it's only a 90-second clip, but there's a lot more said than that 1 second, that one sentence in those 90 seconds, right? And so I'm going to play the 90-second clip for you, and then we can talk about it, and so that you can hear the entirety and the context of the conversation, and then we can talk about what that looks like. The second thing that I think is really important, good morning, CJ, is to talk about all of these conservative talking points when it comes to the DSA. They want to abolish the Senate. That's such a horrible way to actually represent what the platform would like to do. And so we're going to take a look at that, and we're going to look at other places that have the very thing that the DSA is wanting the United States of America to go to, and what they're saying on their platform, and all of that. Cheeser, hold on, I'm going to play it for you, and I can tell you the date on it because it was a recent podcast interview. Hold on a second, it's coming up right now. So this was just 3 days ago, and it's on Real Clear Politics, and it says, Mamdani on 2028, quote, "We're not running away from the Democratic Party. We're going back to what the party used to be," end quote. And he was on Sirius XM. He was on with Clay Kane. having this conversation. And so this was a conversation that took place 3 days ago. And like I said, this clip is only 90 seconds, 92 seconds to be exact. But I think it's helpful to listen to the minute or so, minute and 10 seconds surrounding that one sentence, and gain some clarity and context for what he was actually saying and communicating, right? So let me play it for you guys, and then we can talk about it, okay? Good morning, Ethan. Good to see you. All right, so here we go. All right. Can you guys see it well? I hope that you can see it well. You can. Okay, love it. All right, here we go.
Is there anybody out there, if you think about this year called 2028, that's resonating with you as, oh, they could be a pretty good contender for the Democratic nomination for president? Is there anybody out there that's just, as you and your wife are sitting back talking about life and politics, anybody out there that says, oh,
you're just sitting on the edge of Roosevelt Island right now, you just cast out, you're right, you're like, let me just fish.
Because it can't be you, so like, is there anybody that you're like...
First of all, not me.
Of course not, yeah.
I think we have a number of choices. I know that people are making their own choices of whether or not they want.
Chester, I cannot share a visual on here. TikTok will get me for playing non-original content. So the video itself can be seen on the other platforms that I'm streaming on. So it can be seen on YouTube. It can be seen on Substack, Facebook, and Twitch. But on TikTok, you're just going to have to hear the audio, because if I play the video, I get a visibility restriction.
Want to run. What I'm hopeful of is we're seeing a lot of examples of what it can look like to have that focus on the working person. People who understand that affordability isn't just something you say, it's something you have to deliver. And that in doing this, we're not running away from the Democratic Party. We're going back to what the party used to be. You think about FDR and LaGuardia. You think about the New Deal. That's what the Democratic Party once was. That's what it could be again. And if we want to win, I think that's what we have to become.
But there isn't one person that you feel.
You know, I'm looking for somebody in their late 40s who's struggling with a calf muscle, showing vulnerability, but also humility.
If it were me, they would kick my ass out, Mayor. They'd say, get out.
So here's what I love about the conversation that he just had, right? If anybody wants to know what he meant by taking the Democratic Party back to what it used to be, he literally just outlined it for you. He said it's not just talking about affordability, but delivering it to the people. He said, you know, I think about FDR and LaGuardia. So if you all don't know what that means, we're talking about LaGuardia, one of the representatives who was a Republican, who was able to come and have a seat at the table, if you will, with FDR and talk about the policies and the things that needed to be put in place to bring the country out of the Great Depression. And so he outlined in detail that that's what it is. When he says taking the Democratic Party back to what it used to be, he outlined it for you in great detail, right? He didn't mince his words. And so what was interesting about this today is good morning. When I was in this other live this morning and they had the quote up from Mamdani, they were like, well, I don't know if he means the party of JFK. I don't know what he, well, if you don't know what he means, number one, host, provide it for people, tell people what he means, right? Don't just use one sentence as clickbait and then allow people to sit around and speculate based off of misinformation and any of those types of things, right? So Alan, let's talk about that. You want to come to the panel? Because if you don't, you'll eventually be muted just because you're just here to be hateful and spread misinformation, and I don't do that. But if you want to talk about your belief that Zohran Mamdani should be kicked out of the United States of America, then come on and get in the box and do that. And let me just say this, it also doesn't matter. Yeah, there always is. Yeah, look out, there always is. It's not the same. So Nick and Vanessa say he's not wrong. The Democratic Party also needs to have more people stepping back up to bring humanity back to our country. I've even considered doing more in 7 to 10 years after my daughters are grown. Love that. I think that the only caution that I would give you is that when we talk about bringing humanity back, um, being an individual that is empathetic or compassionate is an individual choice. And what I find is that most people start out that way, right? Children are naturally compassionate, empathetic, feeling individuals. And when we end up as grown adults that are hateful and intolerant and all of those things, right? That is typically because of some sort of trauma and experience that has closed people off from that part of themselves, right? So I think when we address political issues as a country that impact us on a societal level, then it gives us an opportunity to do the work as individual people to be more humane to each other and with each other. Good morning, Nikki. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. When I bring you up to the panel, keep yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay, once I get to you, then we will have a conversation. Since there seem to be new people in the room, which number one, welcome. Thank you. Glad you're here. I asked for 4 things in this space. They're right here. And for you guys, they're right over there. I ask that you be respectful, that you do not use slurs of any kind. If you use slurs in my space, and I don't care what side they're against, you'll be muted and then booted from my space. 3, don't spam my comments. In other words, you can say something, but don't repeat the same thing 5, 6, 7 times. It's not productive and it clogs up my chat. And then 5, don't use all caps. And the reason for that is because I have people in my community that are vision impaired. And so all caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderators. So just be a decent human being and we can have a very robust conversation. Okay. All right. So keep yourself on mute until I get to you, please. Good morning, Hustle. How are you?
I check everything he's with.
Good morning, Hustle. Do you know that you're on the panel? Nope. Okay. Gotcha. James, I think you had background noise. If you could do me a favor and make sure that you turn it down before you come off mute, that would be helpful. I don't know if you still have it or not. Okay. Good morning, James. What would you like to share this morning?
It looks as though we find ourselves in a quagmire again in terms of Iran. Let me go on mute. I got a nurse in here for a minute. Can you bring me back after?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So, good morning, Udo. How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you? So, just for TikTok purposes, can you give me your age?
Yes, I'm 20.
20. Okay. And what would you like to share this morning?
Well, this morning I just wanted to kind of learn about Mamdani, or sort of the policies or the exact policies or plans that Mamdani or maybe his the Democratic Socialists have in mind, their exact policy. Because I've heard a lot. I just wanted to actually see what are some things that they're planning on actually doing.
Yeah. So, do you live in New York?
No, I don't live in New York.
Okay. So, Mamdani's policies are very New York specific because he's the mayor of New York City.
Okay.
So he doesn't really have plans for the whole country. He has things that he would like to see happen in the country, but he doesn't have plans for the whole country. He has plans for the city of New York. It's one of the reasons why. So one of the things that I love, he was asked about whether or not he was going to endorse other candidates like Abdul El Sayed and things like that. And he said, that he's met him a couple of times. He's a good guy. And he said, but the candidates that I've endorsed are candidates that are running for office in New York. He's very clear that his focus is the state of New York and the city of New York because that's where he lives and that's where he is the mayor. I think so what are the things that you've heard specifically about the DSA that you have questions about?
To be honest, I mean, I've heard that, I heard they're Democratic Socialists. I've seen the programs that people like to call them communists and not, but that's not true because democratic socialism is different from communism, way different. But
Correct.
what I have questions about is kind of like I haven't really been able to see what this like, and out of the democratic socialist organization, I haven't really been able to see what exactly these guys' policies are. So like,
have you ever gone to their website?
I've only seen Mamdani's, and I think I don't know if Zayed isn't a democratic socialist, is he?
Are you talking about Al Said?
Yeah, Al Said.
Yeah, no, but so like if you go to dsausa.org,
okay,
their site is up there. It literally, they have a whole thing that tells you about them, what their work looks like, how to get involved, what their chapters are, resources. They've got a thing that they put out all the time. So I mean, there's a lot of places. I think some of the things that I've heard, and I'll just start there. So one of the things that you hear people running around the internet saying now is the DSA wants to they want to abolish the Senate. They just want to get rid of the Senate and da 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 da, right? And I think what people don't understand about that is that they don't want to just eliminate the Senate and just quote unquote leave the House, like get rid of. So what it is, they want to go to a unicameral legislature. So a unicameral legislature, for you all that don't know, it's just a body that's one chamber instead of two. 60% of the nations in the world have this type of government already. Okay. And so I did a little bit to give you some numbers. So there are 188 national parliaments in the world. Okay, so I need for all of you all in the chat to put your blinders on because we are 85 days away from the midterms. That means the trolls and the bots and all of that are going to increase. And I need everybody to just be grown adults and be able to put on blinders and stick in for the conversations and talk about the facts. Like seriously, the trolls and bots are going to increase as we approach the midterms, and everyone should know that. If you remember what 2024 was like, buckle up. Okay, so just ignore that and let's stay focused.
It's like a blue wave is going on. Because I'm not necessarily Democrat, but it makes sense that there's a blue wave now. Because and I'm not necessarily.
I have mods, Chester. I have mods.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting intense now that midterms are going on. But if I'm being 100% honest, I honestly think that you guys are going to win the midterms. It's going to be a big wave.
You said you guys.
Yeah, like
who's you guys?
Like I would say I don't want to say Democratic Party, but
I mean, because here's the thing. So this is the thing that I find interesting. So I'm not a member of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or the DSA Party. I'm not a member of any party. I vote based on policies that impact working class people. That's the majority of my focus when it comes to like how I'm voting for policies domestically. And so that's my driver. So that leads me to vote Democratic more often than not, because that's whose policies align along those issues. But so for me, and I think that people need to understand, I am tired of hearing about waves. I don't want a red wave, a blue wave, or whatever. I want us to get our shit together and get serious about passing legislation and electing people that want to do work and get work done for working class people. But just to go back and clarify what I was saying before about the Senate and DSA, there are, in the entire world, there are 188 national parliaments that exist. Of those, 107 are unicameral. In other words, they have one legislative body, which is what the DSA would like to have for the United States of America. Okay. Now, what's interesting about that is unicameral legislatures cannot be the best thing, but they can also be fucking amazing. So I'm going to give you some examples of national parliaments that are unicameral. So watch the duality here. So Sweden, Israel, New Zealand, Turkey, Denmark, Ukraine, Portugal, Hungary, right? So it's not, and this is the thing that I want people to really understand, and this is my opinion on it. I don't have, like, I'm not, oh, absolutely get rid of the Senate. And I'm not, oh, absolutely don't. Okay. What I think is that any system that you have is only going to be as effective as the people make it be and require it to be. If the people check out of the democratic process, if the people stop participating in the systems that exist, then it doesn't matter what system it is. It will turn corrupt because it will end up being led and dominated by the rich, the wealthy, the elite, the powerful, the greedy.
So how? Sorry. So how exactly would what was the name of it? Having
a unicameral legislature.
Unicameral legislator. How would that? What would that really do necessarily? And what would be the difference from having not dissolving the Senate, but instead of having like a dual?
Yeah, instead of having two branches. Well, so one of the things about our Constitution, it is that it gives the Senate a lot of power, more power than the House, as a matter of fact. And I don't like that, right? So I do not like the fact that it is the Senate and the Senate alone that gets to determine whether or not the president's appointees make it forward for a vote and get into the establishment. Why is it that the House has no say, right? And it's only the Senate. So again, there are things about this that I just go, ugh, you know what I mean? But it's usually smaller in size than the Congress that we currently have now. So we have something similar in Nebraska already, right? On a state level.
Yeah. So you have now, well, if we have I keep forgetting the name.
It's okay. Unicameral.
Unicameral, Senate now. What did that mean?
Congress.
Congress?
Yeah. So what it means is, so a unicameral legislature means we would no longer have a House and a Senate. It means we would have one body together. So we wouldn't have two separate chambers. We would have one chamber.
Wouldn't that make our situation or the problem worse? Because now you have those people, I'm pretty sure if they were separate, wasn't that supposed to divide power or kind of check and balance power? So if we bring them, if we merge them into one and just have one Congress, right? Mm-hmm. And wouldn't that sort of increase the problem that we're having with too much power in one area?
So not necessarily. And that's the key for how you set up the structure of the body, right? And so there are, of course, pros and cons. And some people go, oh, what about the loss of checks and balances? My question would be, do we have checks and balances right now? And where are the checks and balances for the Senate that we currently have? We don't. Right now, one of the largest problems that we have in the United States of America is we have a Senate that has totally laid down its responsibility to the people and to the Constitution, and they have bowed the knee to this administration. When you start to see a United States senator crying on national TV because he has to confirm a nominee from the president of the United States, something is really fucking wrong. Okay? When you have a U.S. senator crying because they have to confirm a nominee from the president, something is wrong. What's up, Abu Binks? And so, when we talk about, oh, well, won't that mean less checks and balances? My question would be, do we have checks and balances today? Because I don't think so. I don't know that we do.
I'm just trying to kind of see, okay, but I see what you're saying, but I'm just trying to see what would be the benefit necessarily.
So one of the benefits would be faster decisions, because it doesn't have to a bill doesn't have to pass two chambers in order for it to become law. You're going to have a lower government cost because there are fewer representatives. There's not two separate bodies. You don't need as much as what we have currently. And you also have clear voter accountability. So there's less ability for people to pass the responsibility on and pass the buck and go, oh, well, I just voted this and it went to this and da 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 and this and this. And so now it makes people say, hey, I voted this way. And now I'm going to hold you accountable. You're either going to be voted in or voted out. You know what I mean? And so that's the deal. So yes, you would expand the House, but you still wouldn't end up with the same numbers as before. You still would. And so let me just hold on. Let me address something that's happening in the chat. So first of all, here's what I would ask all of you all that have something negative to say. This works in 60% of the national parliaments around the world. So what would be great is if the United States of America did not think that it was so special, it was so different, it was so whatever, that what's working for the majority of other countries cannot work here. That's just ridiculous. So like I said, I don't have a position. I'm not for or against it. And to be quite frank, this is a long way off. This is a long way off. This is a long way off. The most important thing that we need to do right now is shore up this country. And close the loopholes that we currently have, and get people in Congress and in the Senate that are willing to get us back to the days where we have separate but equal branches of government that use their power to establish and maintain real checks and balances, and we don't have that. So the only reason I'm even discussing this is because people are lying about it on this here internet. Period.
So when it comes to the unilateral,
that's okay.
Let's just say, the merge. I would just say
and just the singular legislative body.
Legislative body. I would probably have to look back to that later, because it kind of seems like we're giving more power to the government instead of the people when it comes to that. But I mean,
how so?
Because I mean, if the reason we had the Senate, those two bodies, was to sort of regulate checks and balances. And then I know you say, well, are there even checks and balances even happening? Well, there possibly are still checks and balances happening, but I just feel like if we're having that problem now, where we feel like there are no checks and balances when there are two bodies, wouldn't that problem just be worse now that we have one whole body?
Okay, but again, listen, you're not giving anything to the government, because it's still the government doing the duties that the government does today. Yeah, period. So you're not giving any more power to anyone else, right? And the thing that's really important for people to understand. So again, I don't think that the debate today or the discussion today is about the benefits and would it or not work. The point of the conversation today is to say, no, the DSA isn't saying eliminate the Senate, only leave the House, and nothing else changes. That's not what they're saying. They're saying change the type of parliament, the type of legislature that we have. And they're saying change it to a system that is working in 60% of the national parliaments in the world, right? So if out of 188 national parliaments, 107 of them use this system, the only thing to discuss is, oh, that's what they actually mean. That's it. So the discussion around can it work, will it work, should it work, is light years from now. Like, it's not even a consideration for a good 8 to 10 years at that. If then this is so far down the line. You don't just randomly. I gave examples. No, they're not. I gave examples of several of them, Yakinac. So I'll just run down the list. Okay. Sweden, New Zealand, Denmark, Portugal, Ukraine, Hungary, Israel, Turkey. All of those are examples. All of those are examples of national parliaments that are a unicameral system. And so that's all there is to know right now, right? So the conversation, when people are out here on the internet and they go, well, they just want to abolish the Senate, and that goes against the Constitution. First of all, it would take a constitutional amendment to make it happen. That would be number one. Nobody's just going to randomly trash the damn Constitution. That's just silly talking points meant to play on your emotions and misrepresent fact. Number two, they don't just want to abolish the Senate. They want to go to a unicameral legislature that 60% of the national parliaments already use. Period.
Okay.
So, I mean, so that's the talking point. It's not about, oh, would it work and what does it look like? We are so far from those conversations. It's unreal.
Okay, that makes sense. I have a question about sort of, turning away from a unicameral legislator. Do you think it's because I know one thing about DSA is I've heard a lot about free this, free that. For example, healthcare and whatnot. But me personally, I find it strange that the United States of America doesn't have free healthcare with all the wealth that it acquires. So I'm actually not against having free healthcare, and also like an increase of social programs to actually help American citizens, especially veterans, because too many veterans are just like, there's just too many homeless people in America. Like, America is, if it's so great, we shouldn't have all these problems, and I think we should have free healthcare. But do you think it's possible to have free healthcare?
So healthcare is not free anywhere. Healthcare is not free anywhere. People pay for it, right? It is paid for out of their tax dollars, right? And so one of the things. So here's the thing: when you tell people it's going to be free healthcare, that's number one. It's not accurate. Number two, it automatically brings up the thing as well. Well, then where's the money coming from? So the reality is that the United States of America has the ability and has enough wealth to absolutely cover universal health care. My personal opinion about universal health care is that there needs to be a standard public option that is available to everyone, and then a private option that people can purchase if they want something above and beyond. So that's my personal belief system, is that it needs to be a system that has, if people want to purchase supplemental plans, they can still do so. But yeah, so there's no reason that we don't have it, because we are literally the only high income earning country that doesn't have it.
Okay, so what exactly is universal healthcare? I know it's not pretty much available to everyone. But what exactly means universal healthcare?
Because you're not purchasing it from a private company. You're literally enrolling, and it is overseen and financed and funded by the federal government.
So I guess, okay, so
we already have it. We have Medicare and we have Medicaid, but right now there are limits to people being able to, hey, shits and giggles, watch that please, so you don't get my live flagged.
So how would DSA make, if we already have universal health care, how would the DSA make that better? How would they improve?
We don't have universal health care right now. We have programs that are the foundation of how universal health care would work. But the way that we have structured those programs is that not everyone qualifies for them. So this takes off the qualifiers. Yeah. So Deborah, that's not true. And by the way, that happens right here in the United States of America already right now. And if you really want to talk about delays in care, go talk to veterans.
Yeah.
So listen, I'm not doing fear mongering, folks. If you are, because I'm going to give you all a few facts. Because facts are super important. So let's talk about the health expenditure per capita. So what do we spend on healthcare per person? And then the life expectancy at birth of people. Okay. So check this out. In Canada, the health expenditure per capita is $5,115.98. Life expectancy is 82 years. Life expectancy in Canada, 82 years. In Japan, per capita expenditure is $4,463.28. Life expectancy, 84.47 years, 84 and a half years. In the Netherlands, $5,340.61 per capita for healthcare expenditures. Life expectancy, 82.34 years. In the United Kingdom, $4,268.68 per capita, 81.22 years life expectancy. In the United States of America today, Health expenditure per capita, $10,658.40. Life expectancy, 78.74 years. We spend the most, live the shortest, we are not winning. That means we might want to look at other systems that are increasing the life expectancy of people and costing less money. So those are actual facts. I don't care about anybody going, it takes 6 months to see whatever. Shut up. Because guess what? They got an extra 6 months because they ass is living longer than we are. So miss me with all of that. I'm not doing, listen, I don't know what live you all are used to going into, but in this live, I stick with facts and data and evidence, and I don't do fear mongering.
Do you, does this universal health care also include Planned Parenthood?
What do you mean? Planned Parenthood is a private company.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, for example, in terms of like
universal healthcare isn't taking over healthcare industries. Universal healthcare is insurance so that you can access healthcare.
Okay.
Yeah. So just like right now, there are people that have Medicaid or Medicare. And so when they go to the doctor, it's the government insurance that pays for their doctor's visits.
Right.
Yeah. So universal healthcare isn't the government owns all the hospitals and the doctors and all the private facilities. No, universal healthcare is it's universal healthcare coverage. Right. So that people can have access to services.
Okay, that's interesting. I can also always check and research for myself. What do you know? I guess this is kind of a far. I'm kind of looking further into the future of this question, but who do you think may be a candidate that might run for was it not 2028 election? I guess you could say 2028 elections from the DSA party. Do you think there's a?
I don't have a clue. I'm not a part of the DSA. I don't listen. I tell everybody all the time. That's why they're putting it in the chat. I am not Miss Cleo. I have zero interest in speculating about. I know there are a lot of people that love to go, oh well, I think it could be this so and so, and I don't fucking know. And here's what I know that's even more important than that is that if we do not get these midterms right, it might not matter what we have on the ticket in 2028. These midterms are incredibly important. And so that's where my focus is. My focus is on the next 85 days and then what it looks like when we get that right. And what are the things that we can quickly accomplish that helps stabilize the country, get us into a place where we have a democratic constitutional republic that is working for the people, because we don't have that currently. And so that's where my focus is.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. All right, so that's a lot to take in, but I actually appreciate this information.
You're very welcome. Appreciate you for joining and asking questions. You're welcome back anytime. Have a good one. All right, so folks, when I bring you up, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. And then we'll kind of run through these. Texas, I accepted you, and just like last night, you're not here anymore, so I'm going to keep going.
Okay.
Good morning, Rich. How are you? Rich, did you mean to request that? Rich. I'm guessing not. Whew. This is a lot.
Message 1. You asked.
Hey, James.
All
right. So you're back. You ready?
Yes.
All right. What'd you have to share or ask this morning?
Well, I had a couple of things. I wanted to see what your thoughts was related to the fact now that Iran looks like they're fully in control of whether or not they're going to open the straits or not, and that we just have to give in because we don't seem to have any way of influencing them to come to the table or accept any of our I guess demands.
Yeah, so there's nothing new about that. That's the way it's been since we decided to do this dumb shit in March. Like, there's nothing new about that. So like for me, there's nothing that has shifted.
No.
We've never had an exit strategy. We've never had the strong arm or a position of leverage where Iran is concerned. Iran and Oman are having conversations about the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz goes, between both of their shores. And that's the conversation that they're having. And so the United States of America, and this is where we are going to feel the impact of who is POTUS, right? So we do not currently have a president that has the ability to take his emotion, his ego, his identity out of the conversation and look at what's in the best interest of the nation or the world. We don't have that. If anybody says anything different, I'm sorry, but you're just delusional. And so because we don't have that, it makes it more difficult for us to be able to find a diplomatic solution that might require eating a little crow with a spoonful of honey in order to make it go down. And there's a big difference between the United States of America and countries like Iran. Okay, give me a second. And here's what I mean by that. Iran's history is they are Persians. They have always endured. They have always survived. They have always made a way. Americans are not used to suffering. We're just not. And what we think is suffering is not suffering compared to the rest of the world. And what you have in the Iranian people and the Iranian government is the willingness to do what is absolutely necessary. And I don't think that people understand that we played a significant role in everything that they have endured for the last 73 years. We are responsible for the overthrow of their democratically elected leadership. We are responsible for BP and the role that the Brits still play in their oil. We are responsible for horrendous sanctions that limited their ability to bring in supplies and baby formula and all of those. Like, we did a lot of that, and so that history, there comes a point where you reap what you sow. And so we've underestimated them. There's a lot of history here, and they are a different type of people than we are. And so we're in this quagmire because we're in it, and we're going to be in it until someone is able to get this administration to come to the table and just concede and just eat crow and get on. And I really do think that if Iran is able to, they are going to take this as close to the midterms as they possibly can, because they are making a point to Americans and to U.S. citizens.
Yeah, that's where I see it. I think I don't think we did anything to make life better for their people. Their people were upset and were trying to change their government, but we didn't help that situation.
No, it's not that we didn't help that. They did change their, let me just be clear. They did change their government. In 1951, Iranians democratically elected all of their parliament. And the majority of that parliament selected Mohammad Mossadegh as their leader. And the reason they selected him is because he wanted to nationalize their oil, their resources. because at the time, the Brits controlled 51% of the Anglo-Iranian oil company. And of course, the Brits did not want that to happen because the Brits wanted the money, period. And so the Brits came to us. First time they came to Harry Truman and they asked Harry Truman, hey, you guys over there at the CIA want to help the MI6 overthrow the government in Iran? And Harry Truman said, no, I think we'll pass. And then Eisenhower came into office and said, yes, I believe I will. And that's what happened. And his son ran the operation. So it's not enough to say we didn't do anything to help. We literally, we did that. Okay.
But what I'm saying is if people were willing to sacrifice themselves and trying to change the government, which we didn't help that situation by going in. And I mean, they have to make the sacrifice to do what they want in terms of electing government. I don't think they should be ran by religious factions if that's not what
we're run by a religious faction. So I want you to stop with that. If you don't understand that, but hold on, because this part's important. What we're not going to do is we're not going to bring Islam into the conversation, because
I'm not bringing. But I'm saying if the people want to have an elected government, they should be.
They did have one until we overthrew it.
Right, but I'm saying recently when they were protesting and they wanted to make changes.
So James, hold on a second. I just really I want to separate things. So number one, the President of the United States has set up an office of faith in the White House that is for Christians, for Christian pastors, for Christian extremists. They brought Doug Wilson, a man that doesn't believe that women should have the right to vote and doesn't believe that a husband can rape his wife, come speak to people in the Pentagon while sexual assault runs rampant in our military. I do not want to hear a damn thing about religion being in government in Iran or any fucking where else when it is right here in the United States of America. When I've got to look on TV and see pastors in the White House laying hands on a man that ain't saved a soul in his life, I don't want to hear that, and I'm not going to. It irritates me, and it comes from deep-rooted Islamophobia and misinformation in this country, and I cannot stand it. It makes me angry.
I'm not Islamophobic. I don't have any problem with Islam and people who believe in it.
So again, when you say people should be able to have change when they want it, well, then guess what? We should mind our business. That's for their country to figure out. The IRGC would not exist. The Islamic Revolution would the Islamic Revolutionary it would have not come up had it not been for us. We installed the Shah, James. We are the ones that put them in a position to where we forced Western civilization on them. He was a violent dictator. The pictures that you see of women dressing in Western attire wasn't necessarily what those people wanted. That is what the Shah was implementing, because that's what the West wanted. And in exchange for that, we sold them shit tons of arms. We did that. We armed Iran all throughout the 70s. Why? Because they put in the leader that we chose, and because they were willing to westernize the country while we exploited their resources, us and the Brits. And those are facts. So whether or not people are protesting and they want something different in Iran is their business. That's their country. We don't have anything to do with that. And we damn sure do not need to be over there trying to undo it. Who told me that? The CIA report that's in my link tree, Levante. You can read it. The CIA report. That's who told me. Actual historical documents told me. Give it a try. Read it. So, yeah. So I'm just saying, James, that has nothing to do with where we are right now. It has nothing to do with whether or not we should have attacked Iran, because we shouldn't.
And I agree we shouldn't. But what I'm saying is those people were in the midst of trying to...
It does not matter. That is not relevant to this conversation at all. What we were doing is exactly what we did then. Hold on. We were stirring those people up. If you listen to the President of the United States, he told everybody that they were going to try to get weapons to those people. We were doing it again. We were literally going to get Iranians killed to get them to try to overthrow their government, which is exactly what we did in 1953. We need to mind our business and take care of home. That's what we need to do. So the where we are right now is pretty simple, right? We are going to have to find a way, and I don't know how they're going to do it, and I'll tell you why. Every person that had the ability to speak reason to the president during his first term is no longer with him. There is no one in. We had handlers the first go around. We had, believe it or not, Ivanka was able to keep her daddy in check. We had Eric Hirschman. We had other people that could speak reason, and those people are not in this administration. This second go round, there is no one to rein him in, and that puts us in a very precarious situation globally, and that's just where we are.
And I agree with you. That's why the midterms are so important, and that we have to reinforce the strength that Congress has, both the Senate and the House. Now, one of the things I'm concerned about also is the mindset of some Democrats and some independents being concerned about the DSA and some of the things. And I heard you say that some of the things they're talking about are decades away. But I just don't even like the sound of changing our Senate and our House. I think that, we have that both here in Florida. I think though it needs, that more people need to get involved, and we need more people voting in order to control our government. I'm happy with our the way our voting system, and I don't want to see that change.
Okay, so what do you know about a unicameral legislature?
Nothing much more than what you said. I like there being a House and a Senate, because I don't think that. I think I like the fact that we have to have both the House and the Senate come together.
No, you don't.
To
That's
make,
a lie.
No, we do.
No, you don't. Did the House did the House vote on a single member of this administration's cabinet?
No, I'm not just talking about voting on their cabinet.
No,
I'm
but
talking about the way we get bills introduced.
But listen,
and how they sit to the president.
Okay, but let me just ask you a question right now, okay? Like, seriously, James. Because do you think that it is incredibly important who is running the agencies and the departments in our federal government?
I think it's important that we have some oversight in who he appoints to the different cabinet positions.
Some oversight?
Right. I mean, we have to understand that he, as president, he does have the right to select his own cabinet.
He does, and he can select, but he does not have the right to appoint whoever he wants. The Constitution says no. The Constitution says no. I don't care. He could pick fucking Barney Rubble, and the Constitution says no. He could pick Albert Einstein, and the Constitution says no.
Right.
So when you say we have to understand, so number one, I don't have to understand anything, right? I don't have to. I mean,
he selects the cabinet members until we agree on that cabinet.
And there's a process. And let me tell you what I see is I see an utter failure in that process. When you have a Senate that is corrupt and compromised and simply does the bidding of the president, that is a system that is broken. And no, sir, I'm not happy with it. No, sir. I watched Bill Cassidy. I watched a United States senator stand in front of the entire country and cry because he had to confirm a nominee. You tell me, what are those tears about?
Well, he should have more backbone. Anybody who's just capitulating because of Donald Trump, they are the wrong people to be in office.
This is the point that I'm making, James. So here's the thing that I think is really interesting about you is the system is failing in front of your fucking eyes. It is failed in front of your entire face.
So the people who
Let me finish. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Okay. All right.
Right. The system has failed you in front of your fucking eyes. And the mere idea of changing the system, probably 25, 50 fucking years from now, you're dead set against. Which, as an educator, I know you know better, because as an educator, you know that we should always be open to the idea of new possibilities and new ways of doing things and improving things. We are not the same country that we were when the Constitution was written. When the Constitution was written, we didn't have Citizens United where corporations were seen as people and they could spend unlimited amounts of money and funnel dark money. When the Constitution was written, we never imagined that we would be putting a convicted felon and a convicted rapist in the office. When the Constitution was written, this is not what we thought was going to be happening. And so the idea that we think
the people are in charge of that. We shouldn't make laws to keep it from happening. The people have to take responsibility for what they did. We can't protect ourselves from ourselves. We should have did better. We should have selected better. We did this.
James.
The people did this, Dani.
The people did not do this. So let me just be clear. I'm going to finish saying something.
Okay.
The people had a role, but the people did not have the Supreme Court nominees pushed through under the first administration. The people don't run the Federalist Society. The people don't run ALEC. The people don't run the Heritage Foundation. The people aren't running fucking Amazon and Google and Apple and Palantir. And the people aren't doing all of that. The people aren't setting up super PACs and giving $20 million and $50 million donations. The people aren't taking 250 members of our state legislature and flying their fucking ass to Israel to kiss the wall. The people aren't spending $53 million in ads. Stop doing that. Stop acting like the people are the central problem when it is literally a system that has been building for 50 years to work against the people. And it is crazy to me that we are going to can the people do better? Sure. But let's don't sit around here and play like this is a level playing field.
Well, our vote makes it a level playing field. We shouldn't have voted.
What does it take to get to the vote, James? What does it take to get to the vote? Because I'm going to tell you what it's taking for my friend Nance that was up here on my panel yesterday. It's taking for Nance, who just got a regular ID, who went to get an enhanced ID, who is the wife of a veteran, who has a military ID, who has all of that. Listen, and it's having her go back and get her last divorce paperwork and her new marriage certificate, which, by the way, is like 30-some years old, right? It's taken. So when you talk about, it's our vote that levels the playing field, don't do that unless you want to talk to me about the poll taxes that come with trying to get to to get to the votes. Stop acting like people are not supposed to be turning on every side with misinformation blaring at them wherever they turn. And they're just supposed to be immune to it. Stop that. Stop that. In what world does a woman who's been married for 57 fucking years all of a sudden need to prove that she's married?
Well, that became because of the vote. The people voted.
No, it
They
didn't.
voted people in.
No, it didn't.
But
The
that-
SAVE Act has not been passed, James.
No, I'm saying to you, but we voted people in who capitulated.
That is
to
not
that
federal
vote.
law, James. That's not federal law. My point is, I'm not. So let me just say this. First of all, I'm not going to do this with you today. I'm just going to tell you. I'm just going to tell you real quick. I'm not going to do this with you today.
What do you
What?
do?
Because I'm not going to sit here. I am not going to sit here and argue with you what you know to be common sense and fact. I'm not. I refuse to do it today, James. I refuse to sit here and act like you don't understand how much fucking money is in politics and how the deck is stacked against people. I'm not going to do that.
Ultimately, people can overthrow those dollars. We don't have to.
So why don't you tell me what the people are going to do? So James, did you go download your information from Project for the People yet?
No, Dan.
Which one of your candidates did you go research for and vote for the primaries?
I voted mail-in ballot for my state.
Okay, and so who did you vote for?
I voted for Tiffany for mayor, for county mayor.
For your Congress, I'm asking.
For Congress, I've yet to decide who.
What are your primaries?
I'm a Democrat. I'm in the Democrat.
But when are your primaries? When's the day to vote?
We started early voting already.
Early voting for what?
For the different things, the judges, and for the county mayor and the.
No, you had vote. No, you all had. Okay, I'm talking about
primary voting.
Correct. You had primary voting. Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So share with me, since we're talking about the people and the people's power, what are you doing to get the people power? What are you doing with your power as part of the people, James? Who are you talking to?
I've started the process to decide who I'm going to vote for in the different areas that locally.
And so what does that process look like?
I received the mail-in ballot.
What does that have to do with the process of determining who you're going to vote for?
Well, I'm listening. They're now doing debates online.
Right. But so all you're going to do is listening to their debates? Are you going to actually go onto their platforms and see what their platforms actually say? Are you going to read their policies? Are you going to read not just what they say they want to do, but how they're going to do it? Are you going to contact any of their campaigns and ask specific questions on what are the things that they would or they wouldn't be doing if they were elected?
Well, I'm going to do my due diligence and making sure I vote for the right people. I'm not necessarily going to call their offices, but I will look on the different platforms and look at the different people who usually give out information related to our newspapers.
Who's running for governor in Florida, James? Who's running for governor of Florida?
Well, I know who I'm not. I'm not voting for the Republican governor, the Byron, whoever his name is.
Oh, that's Byron Donalds. I don't
Right.
know. Did Byron get the nominee? Because there's a white dude too. What's his name, y'all?
No, I don't.
Chris, whatever his name
I know
is.
I'm not voting Republican at all. I'm voting for a Democrat, so I've yet to see which. Demings was running, but he got sick, and so I have to select somebody else because I would have voted for Demings.
That's who I'm talking about, Steph. Yeah. So James, I just think that every time I talk to you, my biggest frustration talking with you is you always act like the problem is only the people and like there's no issue with the systems. And that's my biggest issue with you is you always blame people and never ever want to look at the root causes of what puts the people in the positions that they are in. And that's
I don't have a problem with the two party system, and I don't have a problem with the way our government is presently and conceived. Here in the state of Florida, we have a Senate and a House, and I believe the Senate and the House works on a federal level as well. I have a problem with the fact that we need more of a coalition of people who we come together as Democrats to put people in place who are going to vote in the best interest of the middle class.
Do you ever think, James, that it would be easier to build and have a coalition if we did not have the extreme amount of dark money, super PAC money, and corporate money
And I agree
in
with
politics?
that. And I agree with that.
Okay, so then that means we need to change the system.
Well,
That means that there's something wrong with the system. I want you to hear me, James, because you listen to defend instead of listening to actually receive. Listen for a minute. In almost every subject that you and I have discussed, your position, the lens through which you view issues, is that the people are the problem and not the systems. And if the people would just do better, then the system would be different. As if what the system is doesn't impact the people's ability to be and do. And that's my problem, is that you focus on placing the blame at the feet of the people instead of at the feet of the people that are actually controlling the systems, which would be the 1%. That's my issue, James. And this is in every situation that I've talked to you about, whether I'm talking about Iran, whether I'm talking about healthcare in the United States, whether I'm talking about politics, whether we are talking about helping people and allowing them to stay in your house while they get on their feet. Every situation that I talk to you in, the same thing keeps recurring. And the theme is always you blame people for their conditions and you never consider the root causes that brought them to that place and those conditions. So, just saying. Yeah. So,
I think the people or individuals have the most control or ability to manage themselves out of their positions. We have to build a coalition of people who recognize that sometimes the Republican Party are not doing what's in the best interest of people.
Okay, and here's what I'm going to say. Come back and tell me that again when you're actually building coalitions. If all you're doing is talking, I'm tired of hearing it. Right? So you can't tell me that what the people need to do is build coalitions when you're not building coalitions. And the thing is when I say that, I don't mean necessarily you being out knocking doors and all the things, but there are things that all of us can do from the places where we are and the people that are in our circles, right? You can't tell me that after that being a retired educator, that you don't know people who were in the education system, who are in teachers unions. You can't tell me that you don't have a network that you can tap into and share information. You can't tell me that the same way that you use that phone to get on TikTok and be here every day, that you couldn't use that same phone to be sharing the information in Project for the People with the people in your community and building awareness. You can't tell me because I know that you could. It's just the choices. It's the choices.
Making myself more aware of things and the need to participate helps me to go in that direction.
Okay, well, how long's it been helping, James? Because you've been on here for a while, and here's the thing. He has signed up, Jamie. He just filled out the form. He's never been in the actual drive, never done anything with the documents, never, when? How long are you going to wait? Because we got 85 damn days. this is the thing, James. So seriously, the biggest shift that for you, it's going to be internal. You like to talk about it, and you like to look at it from a place of intellectual like analysis, but you're not really doing the work. And I said this to you last time. I said I was going to ask you if you did any homework. So next time you come up here, this is how the conversation is going to go. Just so you're ready, I'm going to bring you up and I'm going to say, "Hey, student James, what homework did you do since the last time you were on my panel?" And if you cannot outline for me the things that you have actually done, like with specificity, I'm going to say, "James, I love you. Go do your homework, and I'm going to kick your ass off my panel." Okay?
So you don't think I'm doing my work?
I know you're not.
Listening?
No, that's not work. That's not doing work. Do you think it's so? Listen, when students used to come in your classroom and sit in your classroom and listen to you, was that them doing their work?
No.
Okay, then no, that's not you doing your work. Tighten, stop. Yeah, listening is easy. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to get some of these other people in the chat. Appreciate you, James.
All right.
All right. All right, folks. If I bring you up to the panel, please do me a favor and put yourself on mute until I can get to you. And here's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to bring up a couple of people at a time so that hopefully we can kind of get things going a little bit, but I'm still not going to do a ton. Stop, please, Titan. You are doing the most. Right. Same thing. Folks, when I bring you up, put yourself on mute. When I get to you, I will address you. Stop, Titan. I don't know what my cat has got going on right now. Hi, bud. Where is... Where's the... Oh, Lord. TikTok has updated stuff, y'all. TikTok has updated stuff, so I can't find stuff. It's not where it usually is. Not me finding it. Go me. Go me. Yeah, y'all saw me digging around. Okay, so here we go. I'm trying to give some of y'all grace, but your profiles be looking sketch as fuck. But I'm gonna try it and see. I'm accepting and people aren't making it up. So I'm just saying, David. Why are you all up in my face, son? Oh, thanks, Rhonda. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Okay, so maybe so, Jeff. All right, so all of the folks that were requested, I accepted, and they're not there. Oh my word, Titan, you're doing the most. Okay. So for those of y'all who are just joining, number one, appreciate you. Glad that you're here. If you are new to me, can you do me a favor and just throw a 1 in the chat so that I can kind of like do a little pulse check and figure out, and that way I can maybe let you know a little bit about this room, this live, how we do things in the space, what you can expect, and then of course invite you to participate. Look, Grammy says hi, Titan. Oh, you love my kitty's name, Titan? Yeah, that's my boy. He about to get out of here though, because I can't do it with him all up in my face. especially not because he wants, like, he literally is wanting some serious attention. And like, I can't do it today. Okay. So, anybody in here that is new, put a one in the chat. I only ask for 4 things in this space. I ask that you be respectful. Don't use slurs of any kind. Don't spam my comments. Don't type in all caps. I have folks in my community that are vision impaired. All caps are reserved for those individuals and their and my moderators. Other than that, we can have a respectful conversation about pretty much anything that along the lines of the issue. So you're welcome to join. If you want to talk to me about Mamdani, Abdul, DSA. Okay, bud, you got to go. Or the regular, what I call the 4 pillars of policy, which is healthcare, education, housing, economic mobility. If you want to discuss any of those things, immigration, all of those things are there. If there is nobody else going to request up, I'm going to dig into a report that I alluded to last night that I got out to share with you all. I was waiting until after 10 a.m. to go into it. And so now that we're past the 10 o'clock hour, I didn't want you guys to miss it who didn't know that I was on early today. So how many of you all are familiar with an organization called the Ohio Immigrant Association? Any of you guys familiar with it? The Ohio Immigrant Association? No, Laura. No. Okay, so they did an investigation and they did a report, and then they finally released the report in July of this year. Since they released it, the only people that I've seen really pick it up and do anything with it is Mother Jones. I saw Mother Jones do an article about them and about this report, but I haven't seen anybody else. And it kind of is irritating me that, not kind of, it really is irritating me that mainstream media hasn't picked this up and talked about it. So y'all know me, I'm a paper girl. That's why I have boxes of papers and things all around me. So I actually have printed off the report. It's 59 pages long. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you some of the key findings and some summaries first, and then we can discuss it a little bit more in detail. And then I want to talk about this report, the information in it, in context of the Department of Homeland Security, in the context of the lack of accountability from the DOJ, the confirmation of Mark Wayne Mullins and Todd Blanche, things done under Kristi Noem's leadership, and the lack of congressional oversight and accountability happening within our government, because it's incredibly important. Okay, so when I give you the headline, you guys are going to freak the fuck out. So I'm just giving you a little bit of warning. I am going to also say this: I'm giving you a trigger warning ahead of time. So if at any point in time you need to take a deep breath and you need to leave, then you can do that. Okay. But this is important. So the Ohio Immigrant Alliance did an analysis of ICE and Border Patrol agents. And what they found is that there is a list of 59 ICE and Border Patrol agents who were convicted criminals. 85% of them had committed sex offenses. And of those sex offenses, nearly 2/3 were against children. I'm going to repeat those numbers. This is a report called They Walk Among Us. And it's a list of 59 sexually and physically abusive ICE and Border Patrol agents. And 85% of these individuals had committed sex offenses, and nearly 2/3 of those sex offenses had been committed against children. So I'm going to give you, I told you all that this was going to be a little rough. So first, let me give you, so what they did was they took these 59 documented criminal cases, and it involved DHS employees, and then they analyzed them. And here's the key findings from the report. Okay. Of the 59 individuals, 50 of them, 84.7%, have been charged with or convicted of sex offenses. 37 of them, which is 62.7%, committed crimes specifically targeting children. Taken together, 35 individuals, which is 59.3%, committed sex offenses against children, the single largest offense category on the list. So I'm going to give you the background of the report. This is from, so I'm going to give it to you. So give me a second. The cases documented in 2025 and 2016 alone account for 42.4% of the list. So out of the 59 cases that they examined, out of the 59 cases that they examined, 25 of them happened last year and this year. So if you look at 2020, right, it only had 6. 42 out of the 59 cases, so these were 59 cases involving the Department of Homeland Security. Hear me when I say this, 59 cases were the Department of Homeland Security. 42 out of those 59, 71.2%, were Customs and Border Patrol agents. Both agencies show high rates of sex offenses. Customs and Border Patrol, 86%, ICE, 81%. But ICE cases are more likely to involve underage victims. 69% of the ICE cases from these 59 cases involve children, compared to 62% for Customs and Border Patrol. A significant number of criminal agents directed their violence at family members, including partners and minor relatives. Ronald Anthony Burgess of, I don't know why I can't say his last name. You all know this case. I've seen this one online a lot. Avelis, who's a CPB agent in Texas, murdered his partner and her 1-year-old son. Samuel Saxon, an ICE supervisor in Cincinnati, has a long history of abuse with his domestic partner, including strangulation and broken bones. I'm adding it right now to my link tree, Philip, for you. I have it pulled up to add to the link tree. And this was just a review of cases that they already could find in the court system. This isn't, I'm actually gonna go through the report with you, but I wanted to go over some of the highlights. So give me a second. Linda, please be careful. Don't do that, please. I don't want to start any shit on TikTok. Please don't do that. He doesn't work for them anymore. Okay, so I'm adding the link to the report, to the link tree right now. So give me 1 second for you guys. You know, it takes my link tree a second because it's very lengthy. So give it a second, and then I'm actually going to go through the report with you guys. So let me rename this. So this is Ohio Immigrant Alliance ICE. Sexual abuse report. Okay, so I'm going to throw this down under the Project for the People stuff so that it's the top link under Project for the People in my link tree. Okay, folks? And that works out just fine because the very first section under there is a section on ICE. So this will be in that section, and it is the very top link in that section. I hope. Did it finish? There it is. Yeah. Okay, cool. It's there. And I'm going to pop over here and why can't I find, there you guys are. I know. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna read the report to you, okay? I know, receive grace. That would be great, wouldn't it? Okay, so here we go. They walk among us, a list of 59 sexually and physically abusive ICE and border agents, implications for U.S. Communities, and actions needed from Congress. This is from the Ohio Immigration Alliance. The only, like I said, the only media that I've seen even do anything on this is Mother Jones. Mother Jones put out an article on this on July 24th. They released this on July 22nd. And one of the things that's also interesting about this is Mother Jones had also done another investigation into David Brulette, the ICE agent that reportedly killed the 25-year-old in Maine, right, in July. And so that investigation revealed a long history of alleged violence against his ex-wives and children, right? And so this report. So then they picked this up and did an article on it as well. So this is really crazy, but I'm just going to go through the report and give you the information, okay? So here's what this is, and I want you all to hear me clearly. Don't read into it any more than what I'm saying. Just take the information that I'm giving you, okay? So here's what it says, quote, an analysis of ICE and Border Patrol agents who committed sexual or violent offenses against women and children found an alarming pattern. 85% of them committed sex offenses, with nearly 2/3 targeting children, and many remained employed for decades despite the red flags. So, and this is specifically of the 59 criminal cases that they reviewed, okay? This report presents that data examines how failures in vetting, training, accountability, and institutional culture enabled this crisis, and proposes reforms for Congress and law enforcement at every level. I'm going to start with the executive summary. There is a content warning at the top. The content warning is for sexual and physical violence and death. So make sure that you guys do what you can to protect and support the live on TikTok while I give you the information. So I actually found this from Ohio's website and then found the Mother Jones article as well. So here we go. Executive summary. After noticing a disturbing trend of Cincinnati ICE agents committing sexual or violent offenses against women, the Ohio Immigrant Alliance began looking deeper into the criminal backgrounds of other agents. What we found deeply alarmed us. 85% committed sex offenses, nearly 2/3 targeted children, and many remained employed for decades at ICE or at Border Patrol despite red flags. This report presents that data, examines how failures in vetting, training, accountability, and institutional culture enabled this crisis, and proposes reforms for Congress and law enforcement at every level. Key findings. This analysis examines 59 documented cases involving Department of Homeland Security employees involved in civil immigration enforcement, revealing a disturbing pattern of sexual violence, predation against children, and abuse of authority, a problem that is accelerating rather than improving. The scale of sexual violence is staggering. Of the 59 individuals, 50 of them, 84.7%, have been charged with or convicted of sex offenses, and 37, which is 62.7%, committed crimes targeting children. Taken together, 35 individuals, 59.3%, committed sex offenses against children. That's the single largest category on the list. The problem is getting worse, not better. And this is what I alluded to a second ago. Cases that were documented in 2025 and 2026 alone account for 42.4% of the entire list, 25 out of the 59 cases. The year 2025 saw 13 cases, and 2026 has already logged 12 for this year, with more than 5 months remaining. Compare that to 2020, the previous peak year, which just had 6. Customs and Border Patrol dominates the list. CBP accounts for nearly 3/4 of all the cases. 42 out of 59, which is 71.2%. Both agencies show high rates of sex offenses. Customs and Border Patrol is 86%, ICE is 81%. But ICE cases are more likely to involve underage victims. 69% of these 59 cases involve children for ICE, and 62% involve children for Customs and Border Patrol. Abuse of authority. A recurring theme throughout these examples is the abuse of authority. These are not simply individuals who happened to work for DHS. Many of them use their positions of power to commit, conceal, or contribute to their crimes. Some committed violent and sexual offenses during their terms of employment, yet remained employed and were even promoted. Several individuals on the list have documented histories of criminal, dangerous, and predatory behavior that should have disqualified them from any law enforcement job, yet they were hired by DHS anyway. Perhaps most ironically, Brashad Johnson, the person in charge of conducting background checks for DHS employees, was convicted of soliciting prostitution involving a minor. I'm going to repeat that again. Brashad Johnson, the person in charge of actually conducting the background checks for DHS employees, was convicted of soliciting prostitution involving a minor. Last year, NBC reported that ICE began skipping the prior background check process to rush recruits through hiring and training, resulting in the acceptance of some individuals with pending domestic violence charges. A significant number of individuals on this list directed their violence at family members, including their partners and minor relatives. Ronald Anthony Burgess Avelis, a CBP agent in Texas, murdered his partner and her 1-year-old son. Samuel Saxon, an ICE supervisor in Cincinnati, Ohio, has a long history of abuse against his domestic partner, and these are according to the police reports and the court documents, including strangulation and broken bones. It's important to note that strangulation is a documented precursor to murder in most abuse patterns. The tone is set at the top. In a speech about lowering crime rates, the president said, quote, "You know, my opponents will do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime," end quote. In other examples of sexual predation, John Daly III, more famously known as the East Valley serial rapist, committed a series of sexual assaults before and during his time with the Border Patrol. Frank Figueroa, an ICE official in Florida, was caught on video exposing himself to a 16-year-old girl at a mall food court. The bitter irony, Figueroa was formerly in charge of Operation Predator, the program that deported individuals convicted of sex crimes. I'm going to repeat that again. Thank you, Lucy, for putting that up. So I'm going to read that part again. Frank Figueroa, an ICE official in Florida, was caught on video exposing himself to a 16-year-old at a mall food court. The bitter irony is that Figueroa was formerly in charge of Operation Predator, which is the program that deported individuals convicted of sex crimes. Ramon Marquez, a Customs and Border Patrol agent in Arizona, used his role overseeing the Border Patrol Explorer program, a youth activity, to sexually abuse minor participants. Despite all of these red flags on the force, during the second Trump administration, DHS corrupted and reduced the officer training program. They're in here, Scotty, it's in here. They list all the names in here. But so what they're about to refer to is the testimony of Ryan Schwenk. Do you all, when I played Ryan Schwenk's testimony before Congress I don't know, probably, I've played it several times, but he is a lawyer that was involved in the training of DHS, of ICE agents. He'd been with them since 2021. And so they're about to reference his testimony. And here's what he says. In February of 2026, Ryan Schwank, a former ICE lawyer responsible for training officers, testified that the current training program is, quote, deficient, defective, and broken. He stated that, quote, on my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant. For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Experts said the number of criminal agents, quote, could accelerate given the sheer volume of new employees and their empowerment to use aggressive tactics to arrest and deport people, end quote. The current administration has, quote, emboldened agents by arguing that they have absolute immunity for their actions on duty and by weakening oversight. No federal officer who killed anyone while attempting to enforce civil immigration laws on U.S. streets, including Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, Dr. Linda Davis, Lorenzo Salgado Aruro, Johann Sebastian, or the many other people who were hit by the cars and trucks while fleeing agents, has been held accountable for their actions. In every instance, DHS leadership called their deaths justified and blamed the victims. But the actual probability that an ICE deportation officer would be killed in the line of duty is practically zero. The Guardian reviewed DHS's fallen officer database and found only one such killing from 1949. The sexual and physical violence against women and children documented in this report is not an aberration within ICE and the Border Patrol. It is a reflection of the culture. The broader U.S. culture where, quote unquote, true crime shows are entertainment, and the most common storyline is about a woman whose smile, quote unquote, lit up the room, being killed by her domestic partner. The culture of U.S. law enforcement where family violence by police is a topic so taboo that few agencies dare to even just measure it. And the culture of ICE and Border Patrol, in these agencies, misogyny is not merely tolerated, but embedded in the institutional DNA from the lowest ranking agents to the highest levels of national leadership. For example, The Guardian reported that at least 6 Customs and Border Protection officers had personal relationships with Jeffrey Epstein and were involved in facilitating group travel to and from his private island. I don't know how many people knew that. When you add the normalization of racism and anti-immigrant sentiment to the culture of misogyny, you have a toxic brew. President Trump, advisor Stephen Miller, and a parade of DHS spokespeople justify every ICE-initiated killing before the victim's identity is even known. They portray every immigrant as a criminal to support their extreme immigration policies, despite facts proving otherwise. Their clear motivation is racism. What's more, the administration is using white nationalist propaganda to recruit agents. Colorado law enforcement officials warned that this could lead to a, quote, potentially increased threat environment, end quote. And that environment has arrived. I'm going to read this part. As the Ohio Immigrant Alliance has documented, ICE agents are increasingly using the tactics of criminals to arrest people on American streets. Unmarked cars, masks, aggressive vehicle pursuits, and physical force. These are the same tactics women are taught to fear and flee from. Criminals are now impersonating ICE to commit robberies, kidnappings, and sexual assaults, prompting the Trump administration's FBI to issue a public safety warning. A judge said ICE had developed, quote, a troubling culture of lawlessness, end quote. When masked, ICE agents grabbed Rumasika Ozturk off the streets of Somerton, Massachusetts, it looked indistinguishable from a kidnapping because functionally it was. When ICE agents launched a high-speed chase through the streets of Chatham County, Georgia, to arrest a man for a civil immigration violation, they caused a crash that killed Dr. Linda Davis, a beloved special education educator. These violent tactics are not just dangerous, they are totally unjustified. The fundamental problem is that ICE is using criminal enforcement methods to police civil law violations sloppily, without the correct training, experience, mental temperament, direction, oversight, and accountability. The vast majority of the laws that ICE and the Border Patrol are attempting to enforce through vehicle stops, community sweeps, and showing up with guns to raid homes and businesses are civil in nature. Many of the people ICE and Border Patrol arrest these days have legal work authorization, pending immigration cases, and are not immediately deportable. The whole claim about targeting the worst of the worst, quote unquote, is an outright lie that has been proven false over and over again. It's actually highly unusual for the government to allow agents enforcing civil laws to carry guns, wear masks, use unmarked cars, stop private vehicles and individuals on the street to demand proof of compliance with a civil law, storm businesses and homes demanding proof of compliance, and put civil law violators in criminal jail without charge. There is no other area of civil law where we do this. Not tax law, environmental law, housing law, securities law, contract law, nothing. Commissioner Kelowoski told NPR that ICE's community-based enforcement tactics, quote, are so far outside the standard practices and policies of any professional law enforcement agency that it shocks the conscience, end quote. Immigration laws are about paperwork. They should be enforced like tax and other civil laws, not with guns on the streets of the United States communities. There is no civil law worth killing people over. Laura Bond, the executive director of the National Police Accountability Project, agrees, quote, no law enforcement officer is justified in shooting into a vehicle, ever. No one deserves to be shot by a federal agent on their way to work, and enforcing a civil law is never more important than a person's life. The only way to end ICE killings is to take their guns and ban them from enforcing civil laws on our streets. Civil law should be enforced in courtrooms and office buildings, not on U.S. streets with deadly force, end quote. So CMN, I'm going to give you an opportunity to join the panel before I mute you. I'm pretty sure that you won't. And I'm just going to let my mods mute you. So here are the recommendations. And so listen, one of the things that I like about this report, let me just say this. Thank you, Linda. One of the things that I like about this report is it doesn't just tell you what the issue is and give you the horrific numbers and the horrific stats, but it actually gives you the recommendations. All right. Give me just a second. I'm going to pause before I do the recommendations. CMN, good afternoon. How are you? Oh, you left. Not surprised. We can just go ahead and block them now. Here's the recommendations. 59 documented cases, 50 of them sex crimes, 35 against children, represent a systemic pattern within the agencies tasked with upholding the law. The data reveals officers who use their badges to prey on the vulnerable, an agency that hired known sex offenders, serial killers, and rapists who wore the uniform, family members who lived in terror, and a system that too often looked the other way. So to combat this, the Ohio Immigrant Alliance recommends that Congress, number one, freeze ICE and Border Patrol budgets. I agree. Let me just say that. This report is in my link tree. ICE and CBP do not need more money. They need actual accountability. Congress should stop giving all of our tax dollars to these dangerous and unaccountable agencies. Number two, implement real vetting and accountability measures. When freezing their funds, Congress should force these agencies to use their current budgets to reform, vet, and provide accountability. The entire workforce should be rescreened for histories of domestic violence, sexual violence, extremist ideology, and ongoing screening should be built in. Hey, Nance. There should be mandatory reporting of all criminal charges against officers with automatic termination upon conviction. There must be an end to the practice of allowing officers to quietly resign with full pensions after committing crimes. Public databases must track officer misconduct across agencies. The legislature must establish independent watchdog bodies with subpoena power and other authorities that the executive branch cannot undermine. Number 3, create a system that operates civilly. Armed streets arrests and indefinite detention are the tactics of a police state, not a civil regulatory agency. Congress should create an immigration law enforcement system that operates like any other area of civil law. Agents should not be allowed to carry guns, wear disguises, or conduct street arrests. They should carry out their work in office buildings. The law should include mechanisms for people to come into compliance after a violation is identified. Rather than having only one default conscience, deportation. No one should be put in jail because of a civil legal process. I love that, Philip. These reforms address the immigration enforcement system, but the problems documented in this report extend beyond DHS. They reflect changes needed across all branches of American law enforcement. So they end the report with a call to action. Domestic violence, misogyny, and racism by officers are not personal problems. They are not private matters to be handled quietly within families or ignored by supervisors. They are red flags. They are indicators that an officer has a fundamental disregard for rules, authority, and social norms, and believes that they can get away with breaking the law. Officers who abuse women at home are not safe to carry guns in public. Officers who prey on children are not safe to interact with communities. Officers who use their authority to coerce sex cannot be trusted to hold any authority at all. Law enforcement leadership, federal, state, and local, must treat these behaviors as what they are, disqualifying. Police departments, sheriff's offices, and federal agencies should adopt background check policies that screen for domestic violence histories, affiliations with extremist groups, and patterns of bias. They should make discriminatory conduct and violence on or off duty a fireable offense. State certification agencies should deny or revoke licenses for officers who demonstrate these patterns. I'm getting ready to get to that part, Philip. The integrity of law enforcement is on the line, but even more than that, this is a matter of life or death. When the perpetrators of crime are the people entrusted to prevent it, no one is safe. The data in this report makes the problem undeniable. Now we must force our leaders to acknowledge these truths and address them. So what they've done is they provided an introduction here, right? And hold on one sec. So these are the actual graphs and the breakdowns of the information, right? The ones that I gave you. So it's year over year trend. And then they give you the names and they tell you the actual breakdown for every single one of them. I'm not going to read all 59 names and all of the information, but it is in my link tree so that you can look at the report. Some of these you already heard, but for example, John Jacob Olivas, I guess is how you would say his name. He was an ICE agent in California, was sentenced to life in prison for sexually assaulting 2 women. He told his victims that his law enforcement position made him, quote unquote, invincible, and he could have them arrested on bogus criminal charges if they reported him. Donald Alway, the assistant director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles field office, said, Olivas said, quote, used the power of his position to commit horrific acts of violence and silence his victims and his actions while employed as a government agent to undermine the efforts of an honorable the efforts of honorable law enforcement officials, end quote. There's another one from Ohio, another one from Arizona, another one in Texas. Listen to this. So this one is Olivas. Thank you, Olivas. So this one is Michael Banks. Listen to this. Michael Banks, the national chief of Border Patrol. Michael Banks, the national chief of the Border Patrol, didn't hide the purpose of his trips to foreign countries. I saw a report on this, such as Colombia and Thailand. He went for sex tourism. In fact, he bragged about it. Quote, "I don't know how he became the chief of the Border Patrol with his character," said one former agent. "He's going to third world countries to take advantage of poor effing women, which disgust the hell out of me," end quote. Banks was the target of multiple internal investigations, which abruptly ended during Kristi Noem's tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security. The Guardian reported, and this is the one that I told you before, that at least 6 Customs and Border Protection officers had personal relationships with Jeffrey and helped facilitate group travel to and from his private island. Inspector Timothy Bill Roach even admitted, quote, everyone knew I was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. I've been to his house, been on his boat, flew in the helicopter for whale watching. End quote. The 6 agents linked to Epstein have not been charged with any crimes. Brandon Booth is a Geo Group employee. Now, you all know that Geo Group owns a lot of the detention centers, right? And so Brandon Booth, who's a Geo Group employee working at an ICE detention facility in Aurora, Colorado, was involved in a verbal argument with 2 female protesters. When they took a picture of his vehicle, he drew his gun and shot one of them before fleeing the scene. He was later arrested and charged with attempted second-degree murder. And then it gives you a list. I'm not going to read all of these, but let me just give you this one. You guys ready? Dana Ray Thornhill was arrested for sexual assault of a child at the age of 13 and served time in the Arizona Department of Juvenile Corrections. Despite this, he was hired by Border Patrol and worked there for nearly 20 years before being caught again for child molestation and sexual exploitation of minors. In the 18 months before he was arrested, the police were called to Samuel Saxon's home 23 times over domestic violence incidents. Serving as an assistant field office director for ICE's Cincinnati office at the time of his arrest, Saxon had been abusing his partner for at least 8 years. Throughout that time, he had strangled her several times, broken her nose and her pelvis, an injury that required surgery. They were called to his home 23 times in the 18 months. So it goes through and it lists all of them. But I'm going to give you just the state breakdown, okay? So border states bear the brunt. I'm almost done. So Texas leads with 20 of the 59 cases. 33.9% occurred in Texas, followed by Arizona with 10, which was 16.9%. Together, these 2 border states account for more than half of all of the cases that they looked at. Minnesota, Florida, and Michigan round out the top 5, and of course, they are also border states. Here goes the cases and the percentages. You ready? So Texas, 20 out of the 59 cases. Arizona, 10 out of 59. Minnesota, 5. Florida, 4. Michigan, 4. California, 3. Ohio, 2. Colorado, 1. And then there are other states, 7 states plus national, are 10 additional cases. And here's the racial breakdown. The majority of the individuals on this list are white, 55.9%. Yeah, I know some of y'all are like, give me these damn statistics. So listen, the racial breakdown of the perpetrators, 59.6% of them are white, 30.5% of them are Latino, 8.5% of them are Black, and AAPI is 1.7%. The racial disparities become even more stark when examining the offense types. White offenders have the highest sex offense rate at 94%. And the white offenders have the highest rate of crimes against children at 73%. By contrast, Latino individuals on the list have a 67% sex offense rate and 50% child victim rate, meaning a larger share of Latino entries involve non-sexual crimes. The number of child predators who serve as ICE and Border Patrol agents is staggering. 37 of the 59 individuals on this list whose cases were examined committed crimes against underage victims. I'm going to repeat that. And all of them are men. Yep. But I'm going to repeat that. 37 out of the 59 cases actually committed crimes against underage victims. And of those, 35 were sex offenses against children. The details make these statistics even more harrowing. Kyle Eldon Rofka, a 29-year-old Border Patrol agent, was charged with lewd acts with a minor after targeting a 14 to 15-year-old victim whose parents were friends with his family. The victim described his behavior as quote-unquote grooming. He received a plea deal that reduced the charge to statutory rape and participation in a sex offender rehabilitation program, but no registration. Kevin Taylor's victims were family members aged 4 to 9. I'm going to repeat that. Kevin Taylor's victims were family members ages 4 to 9. J. Bernard Gilliland made videos of himself abusing a child aged 6 to 8. Efron Lopez Cornejo, a CBP agent in Arizona, was initially charged with 14 felonies, including multiple sex crimes, against child family members over a period of 8 years, beginning when one victim was 9 years old. However, his plea deal included no jail time and no requirement for him to register as a sex offender. While 33 individuals, 55.9%, have been sentenced, a troubling number of the cases resulted in minimal or no consequences. Frank Figueroa, who exposed himself to the 16-year-old, was allowed to retire with full pension benefits. Joseph Ledesma was a CPB agent caught looking into a teenager's bedroom who was also convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in violation of a protective order, was sentenced to only probation and community service. Michael Banks, whose decade of soliciting prostitutes abroad was investigated twice, but then that investigation ended once Kristi Noem took over. Melvin Davis, a CBP agent with an arrest warrant for sexual assault issued in January of 2026, has had no confirmed arrest reported in the media. Despite DNA evidence, the East Valley serial rapist John Daly III still has not faced trial. All told, 17 individuals, 28.8%, remain at the charged state, and some cases have unknown outcomes. I'm going to stop right there. The rest of the report is in my link tree for you guys. All I read was the first 20 pages. There's more where they talk a little bit about the data and the sources. They give you links for all of it. But this is why I prepped you guys last night before the end of last night's live. And I said, I'm going to talk to you all about a report tomorrow. And I just want to tell you to do whatever you need to do to get yourself grounded and okay. because I knew that it would be triggering. As someone who served in the military, none of this is surprising. And it's one of the reasons. Do you all remember when, and I'm going to bring some of you guys up here because I see several of you are requesting. I say this, and I want to be clear. I would not say, oh, yes, I think Pete Hegseth is a predator, except for the fact there's documented evidence that he's a predator. I've read the police report from the Monterey case. I've read the bruising on her inner thigh. I've read the police reports and the details, right? And outside of that, what I would say to you is, as a survivor of military sexual trauma, what I will say to you is that the culture that they are describing that exists within the Department of Homeland Security is very similar. It's very reminiscent of the culture that exists within the U.S. military. And when they perpetuate this thing of this warrior ethos, and when they bring people like Doug Wilson to the Pentagon to speak to soldiers, and Doug Wilson's beliefs say that husbands can't rape their wives, and that a wife is a garden for her husband to fertilize whenever he wants. Like, that's problematic, right? It just further perpetrates and creates an environment that is unsafe for women. And if you don't know that, you can look it up. His name is Doug Wilson. He is Pete Hegseth's pastor. And it's problematic to have these people so close and in power and to people and positions of power, right? Things that should bother everyone. Okay. It should bother you that ongoing criminal investigations into some of these people and their conduct stopped whenever this administration took over and Kristi Noem was appointed. It should bother you under the first Trump administration that the investigation into the $10 million from Egypt into the president's campaign stopped when Bill Barr became in charge of the DOJ, right? Well, it can be evil. So, Anthony, one of the reasons why I don't get into the word evil is because that takes it out of the realm. Evil, people associate evil with something that is just innate in people. And like there's nothing you can do about evil. And that's just simply not true. That's just simply not true. And so I think it's important. Senior Biz, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Pew-pews are not allowed into barracks. Pew-pews are not allowed to be carried on base unless you're military police. So that's not a thing that exists. Now, if someone owns their own weapon and they have it at their home and they live off post, that is different. All right, so folks, I'm going to bring some folks up to the panel so that we can have a conversation. When I bring you up, please keep yourself on mute until I get to you, okay? And if you didn't mean to request up, let me know and I will drop you down. Appreciate you, Janelle. Well, it looks like maybe everybody that was requesting didn't mean to. Simply Creative, did you mean to request up? Simply Creative, did you mean to request up? That's okay. No worries. I got you. Yeah, so sometimes people are tapping, which I love and appreciate the tapping, but you tap your way into the box. So, folks, this is always a great way to check. Yeah, I'm fine, Tina. A great way to check if you're on TikTok is if you look down at the bottom and the two little people that are at the bottom are blue and pink, that means you have not requested up. If they are grayed out, that means you have requested up, and you can just click it and cancel your request if you did it by accident while you're tapping. Okay. Okay. Cheryl, you meant to request up?
Yeah. Sorry, it's like super, I know it's raw for a lot of people. My sister is literally sitting at the police department right now doing this stuff. And hers has been ongoing for years with her husband that she's been trying to divorce and leave. But people always say, well, why don't you do this or that? And I just want to remind people, just like what you just read, these are people in power over certain situations. But that's in all of the systems. My sister has hit it head on many, many times and been told everything, well, it's your husband, so they can't be this or that. Like what you're talking about, I'm trying to be careful. You know, they can't rape you and stuff. Like she's literally left and had him show up to where she's at and do these things, you know? And then, you know, she's met with the last time 5, they know why she called and had somebody come out, and they sent 5 policemen to her house in the middle of the night for her to get this report, and was met with the lead man that didn't let the others talk, doing nothing but disparage her and ignore what you could physically see what happened to her when they showed up. It was horrible. And essentially blamed her. Said you need to work it out with your husband.
Yeah.
Who she was trying to divorce and leave. So this is, you know, you sometimes have nowhere to go. And for some people, they keep fighting. You know, I have my own issues and things that happened when I was a teenager, but the one when I was a child. And I fought that one. And I think the reason I did get help is because I was a kid.
Yeah.
Because as a teenager, I wasn't listened to. You know, 8 versus 16, something changed. Suddenly,
puberty happened. Puberty happened. So it's got to be your fault now.
Yeah. I mean, I have family members that still blame me to this day for the one when I was 8 years old, for breaking up the family and all that, because for me, it was a family member.
Right.
And somehow, you know, I was supposed to forgive, forget, and move on. Or I even had people say I enticed them as an 8-freaking-year-old.
Yeah, not possible.
Yeah, I know. But that's why I get so ticked off when people are like, you know, why don't they tell and this and that and everything? It's like, you have no idea what the system is like and what you're faced when you do these things.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating. So I'm just saying it for those who have been through it. I see you, I understand, you know, there are people out there who get it. And those who haven't been through it, just stop with the, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you leave? You know, because I'm not even going to go over what happens when you try to leave. Like my sister, like I said, still fighting.
It's the most dangerous time.
Yeah. My sister woke up to slash tires this morning and a note with threats. And people are like, well, you know, when they turn them in, they do this. No. He has done so many things. And she missed the restraining order date because it got mailed to the wrong place. And so she didn't know about it.
Yeah.
So she's having to go through that process again. That's why she's there now trying to get it. And when they leave, they have nothing. So it's not easy to just go get, you know, the divorce and all the things you need to do. She has nothing. She makes $17 an hour and she's lucky she can even go to work because she's constantly dealing with stuff like this.
And that's the other part of it too. So listen, that's what people need to also understand, is that that's the other side of it. This attack on our social programs is also another mechanism to control women. Having SNAP benefits, Medicaid, support for housing, Section 8, those types of programs made it easier.
Shelters.
Yeah. And so those types of programs have made it easier, not easy, but easier, or even possible. That's a better word. Those programs have made it possible for many different women and children in horrific circumstances to get out of them. and to be able to be on their own and be on their own 2 feet and all of those types of things. And so when they go after those things, right, it is another intended consequence, in my opinion. It's also the control of women and to keep children. I mean, you heard JD Vance say that women should stay even in abusive relationships.
Exactly. And the children in these situations, like, I'm not even gonna say what I call them children. They're adults now, but they're not. When they grow up in these homes, they're not set up to take care of themselves. Like, everything they see and what it's bad, and it's a cycle. And the thing is too is, like, they're like, well, they end up going back to someone else, and it's not. Women repeat this cycle because they have no choice. They have nowhere to go. It leaves them vulnerable, and they end up in the same situations over and over again. Especially those that grow up in the abuse. Like, if they're in a relationship for a long time and it's, little pieces that add up to the end, they know no different.
Well, it's also that, and we are a country that doesn't give you access to health care. So where do you go? Where do you go to learn what you need to learn in therapy? Where do you go to learn the skills and the tools that you need to break the cycles and to not have these things happen? And how do you do that when you don't have access to the healthcare system, when you don't have insurance? Therapy is hella fucking expensive, right?
Exactly.
And so all of those things are the things that work together. And this is why I will always say, when people want to bring up how women are treated anywhere else in the world, I will say, talk about how it's treated here at home, right? You want to talk about LGBTQ issues anywhere else in the world, check out our own track record. The world's track record for taking care of women and LGBTQ individuals fucking sucks. The world's track record for taking care of children fucking sucks.
Exactly.
Like,
this starts for women when they're little girls.
100%. Listen,
Yeah.
Bella's at that age where she's starting to, develop and whatever. We were in Walmart. We were getting stuff to go to the pool. And I turned around. I had walked like right around the corner into an aisle, and Dominic and Bella and Mila were all walking together, like right behind me. And Mila and Dominic ran to the corner, and I was like, where is Bella? And sometimes she just be in La La Land.
Mm-hmm.
And I just walked around and I looked, and there's an old white man walking beside Bella, looking down at her, just cheesing with this little nasty ass grin on his face, asking her about, oh, you guys are going to the pool? Because she was carrying the pool noodle that I just got for her. I looked up at him and I said, I got her. Thank you very much. Bella, come over here. Come here. This was the first time I was so glad she was on the spectrum, because she ain't say shit back. Listen, this is the one time, Cheryl, I was like, thank God for her social cues being what they are. Because she just looked at that man like he was crazy. But literally, it was because I don't care what anybody says. If you know what it is like. So there's a difference. And I have tried to explain this to men before. There's a difference when you get a look, and that look is a look of appreciating your beauty. And there is a difference between that look and a look that looks at you like you're a piece of meat or something they want to sop up on a plate with a biscuit. Like, there's a difference.
Property. Yep.
Yes, property and abuse and all of that, right? And so right, Kat, a leer, it's predatory. It is very different. And when you know it, once you've seen it and you've experienced what's on the other end of it, you know it. You can't like unsee it. You just know, like, nope, this motherfucker right here, nope. And it was an absolute look of, he looked excited, like, you know what I mean? Just smiling and the whole nine.
Blown up.
Yeah, it wasn't a grandpa's look, like, oh, you guys are going to the pool. No, I literally was like, Bella,
my issue was my grandpa, and he didn't look at me like a grandpa's supposed to look at you.
Right.
I know the difference. Yeah. And
yep. And so I just literally looked at her, and I said to her in front of him, I said, we don't talk to strangers. Mm-hmm. Strangers don't need to be talking to you.
Nope. You see a stranger, you go get your help from the people you know.
100%. Yeah. So
it's just the systems, the way they're done. It's, I'm sitting there waiting to hear from my sister, but and all else, I know what's going to happen. I know what they're going to say to her. I know how it's going to go. And she just keeps trying and trying, and I keep trying to give her that support, but this is what it's like.
Is she in the same city with you?
No, if she was, I'd be sitting there with her.
I was going to say she needs to move.
So she's tried. She's come here. I've helped her. She's left several times. She came here. I gave her a place, and he somehow found her and was threatening her here. She needs to move, but she also needs to be near support systems.
Yes.
Because she has nothing. So, yeah. So she's moved again. She's not in the same home, but he found her again. And, it just chips away. And she made the same statement everybody says. Basically, nobody's going to help me or do anything about this until I'm unalive.
Right. And too often that is exactly what ends up happening.
Yeah, that's the truth. They always say it's not enough. It won't stick.
So there was a comedian I saw the other day, and she uses her platform to also educate. And so she's talking, and she's talking to a guy in the chat, and she says, "What's the worst thing that can happen to you if you go out on a date?" And he immediately was like, "Rejection." And she laughed. She goes, "Rejection?" And all the women in the room were just like, and she turned and she was like, I love asking this question. She was like, "So women, and she was like, worst thing that can happen to me is I don't fucking go home."
No.
Like that's for real. The worst possible scenario for me going out on a date is I don't ever make it home. You know what I mean? And so I love the fact that she brought it out and she was making it a point, but that's literally it. And I don't think that, you all have heard me say this. I believe that every man should have to get, those see-through backpacks that you have to, have to go, like if you're going to a ball game or whatever, you have to have a see-through backpack. I think all men should have to strap one of those suckers on at one point in their life and walk around with $100,000 in cash in the backpack so everybody can see it. And for once, they will know what it's like to walk the streets as a woman. Yep.
When people play that game where they ask, like, what superpower would you want if you could have a superpower? Mm-hmm. And my answer is always to know the intent of everyone, to know what their intent is. Could you imagine if we could know that? You know? That's always my answer. And there's something that, how helpful is that? And it's like, it keeps me safe. It keeps other people safe if I know the intent,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
and that's why intent's the hardest thing to know. I don't even know sometimes that people know their own intent until it's too late to know.
I don't know. But it's, yeah. So that's where my mind is today. So hearing you talk about this, and it's just like,
yeah,
it's everywhere.
It's present.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with people to let them know that it's not, the system is repetitive and it's everywhere and it's within all of our power. I even mentioned in there too, it's not just with the police department and DHS and all of them. It's also within our churches.
100%.
Those numbers might even be worse when they're churches. But again, this is leadership with power. People don't understand that's power in the churches.
100%. Yeah.
They're protected.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a problem there too.
Yeah. A ridiculous problem. That's true. Welcome, facts people. Appreciate you, Cheryl. Thanks, Steve's people, for coming over. For those of you all that are coming in, because I'm not going to reread it, I literally just finished sharing a report from the Ohio Immigrant Alliance. For those of you guys that are coming over from facts, it's in my link tree. It's right under the Project for the People section. And I'll just tell you all really quickly the why you would want to read it. Okay. So what the Ohio Immigration Alliance did was they looked at 59 criminal cases across the country involving Customs and Border Patrol and ICE. And these are the numbers just so for you guys, because I literally just finished the report, folks that are coming over from facts. But this is the analysis, just so that you guys have it, okay? The analysis examines 59 documented cases involving DHS employees involved in civil immigration enforcement. And here's what they found. is that out of the 59 individuals in these cases, 50 of them, which is 84.7%, have been charged with or convicted of sex offenses. 37 of those 59 committed crimes targeting children. Taken together, 35 individuals, which is 59.3% of those individuals, committed sex offenses against children, making it the single largest category on the list. So out of the 59 criminal cases involving DHS individuals, 35 of them committed sexual crimes against children. So it names them, it gives you specifics about the cases. It also outlined, like one of the gentlemen, in the 18 months before he was arrested, the police had been called to his house 23 times for domestic violence, including strangulation of his wife and all these types of things. So to give you an idea, just a little bit more information. Out of the list, the 59 cases, 42.4% of them happened last year and this year. So we've already had 12 cases in 2026 from these individuals, whereas the highest peak year before that was 2020 and the number was 6. So Customs and Border Patrol accounts for 3/4 of the cases, 42 out of 59. However, both agencies show high rates of sex offense. Customs and Border Patrol, 86% of their criminal cases are sex offense cases. 81% of ICE's criminal cases were sex offenses. But ICE had a higher rate for involving underage victims. 69% of ICE cases involve children. Yeah, so no, they actually talk about that in the report 2409 about the lack of background checks and how a lot of that was suspended when they began to kind of really ramp up ICE. And so like I said, I just finished covering the whole thing. It's a 59-page report. And it's in my, these are the DHS, these are the Customs and Border Patrol and ICE agents, not immigrants. Not immigrants. It's the actual agents that we're talking about. And so it's in my link tree. No, they're not just for Ohio. The Ohio Immigrant Alliance is who did it, who did the study of these 59 cases, but they include Texas, California, Arizona. They include the country. Yeah, so Texas had 20 of the 59 cases. Let me just see really quickly if I can just... And they name the names and they give you the details from the cases. Let me see if I can lay my hands really quickly on... Yeah, so Texas had 20 of the cases, Arizona had 10, Minnesota had 5, Florida 4, Michigan 4, California 3, Ohio 2, Colorado 1, and then there were 7 other states plus a national case that was 10 cases. But this was them specifically looking, and there's information about the racial breakdowns of the perpetrators and all of that. And it's also astonishing how much that they didn't get. So I'll give you this so that you can this is on page 19. The number of children predators who serve as ICE and Border Patrol agents is staggering. Of the 59 individuals that they were looking at, 37 of them committed crimes against underage victims, and 35 of them were sex offenses against children. I'm going to say that again. Out of 59 criminal cases for ICE and Border Patrol that they looked at, 59, 62.7% were crimes against underage victims, and 35 of them were sex offenses against children. Some of the victims were as young as 4. So, like I said, I just went over the entire report. I'm not going to go back over the entire thing now. but it is in my link tree. And so you can see it. So, give me a second. Yeah. So, yeah. And what I do like about the report is that they give recommendations for what Congress can do to make things, to hopefully make things better. Okay. So, and no, so let me just, let me say this. I have not talked about, like any particular case. This was specifically about this report from the Ohio Immigrant Alliance. So, yeah. So, all right. Sorry, give me 1 second. Let me see if this is the one that's in here. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. So no. Okay. I mean, it's not a case. So, Carol, you know me, the way that I look at it is it's not about whether Congress will or won't do something. It's whether or not we elect people in Congress and hold them accountable to ensure that they do the thing that needs to be done. Like, that's the purpose. So, just saying. I was trying to look at chat. All right. Are you trying to look at the link tree? I'm not sure. Folks, if you are over here and you're watching on any other platforms and you want to join the panel and like actually talk, and I can hear you and you can hear me, the link is in the chat. Hey, Lisa, for you to be able to do that. Okay. I don't know how many of you, if we need to go over any of these other things, we covered them all when I first got on. And whether or not you guys want to go there, or if we are ready for me to just do a quick glance of the latest updates in terms of the news. And then we can kind of go from there. I think no one is surprised by this. At least I'm definitely not surprised by this, that there's still no military solution for the Strait of Hormuz reopening. I think the thing that is the most, the most telling is going to be whether or not we have an administration that is going to be able to accept the terms and take a little egg on your face and maybe, get a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down, because we don't have any leverage over Iran. We don't have any leverage over them. And I think that people are just now really starting to understand where we are and why things are the way they are. So, good morning, Bajan. Did you mean to request that?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off the young lady that you had on earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding the whole thing with her sister. Last week I was just watching the whole thing on that Jesse Butler case.
Mm-hmm.
And like she said, it's no accountability at all when it comes to victims coming out and complaining and having a case against the person and they get off with no jail time.
Mm-hmm. And that was some of what we saw here in some of these cases. We saw no jail time. We also saw no mandatory registration as an offender, which is horrific.
And it's like a constant thing that one of the girls had to get surgery. And that wasn't even the only case. I think it was another case in Oklahoma, young, and I know it's predominantly like white men, and they keep getting away with the same thing over and over again. I don't know if it's in their blood, in their system, in their genetics, but it's like it's constantly the same. They're doing the same thing, and they get away with it all the time. It's no accountability on their part, and these women don't want to come out because even if they come out, they're not getting. It's nothing happening to them.
Right. Yeah. It's one of the reasons. So, like, one of the things that I don't do is speculate about the genetics, because I'm not a genetic scientist or expert. And I also understand that much of what exists in our society today and the issues that we have in our society are a direct result of the society that we've created as human beings. And so, yeah, then you go, okay, but is there something that makes us create the society that we are? I don't know. I just also wonder about, because in other countries where the white population is not the majority, you still have alarming rates of sexual abuse against women, and it's being perpetrated by people of the same color. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, Sassy. And so I really think about just the overall society that we've created, and this impression or this instruction that we have given to men that women are here for you. And then part of me goes, well, does that go back to religion in some cases? Does that go back to religion in many cases, where women are seen as an add-on, as an extra, as something to be subjected to and submissive, and because that exists throughout many of the organized religions, and all three of the Abrahamic religions, right? So whether I'm talking about Christianity, Islam, or Judaism, all three of them have that same foundation within their religion. And so, you have to wonder at some point, does that, because when we think about the things that make us who we are as human beings, our faith is pretty much the largest part, right? And so if you have a faith that devalues women and places them, quote unquote, beneath or below men, does that set you up to have a society that goes in this type of direction? I don't know, but it just, adds to the puzzle.
Yeah, I just look at it as I only can speak on the United States. Certain parts of the United States part is that I believe that United States whole system is only beneficial to white men. It's not, the same laws don't apply to, they have the laws in place, but they don't apply to minorities. It's just applied to, they benefit white men, but when it comes to these same laws that you try to, as a black person, try to work under the system and think that those same laws apply to you, you go to court and those same laws don't apply to you because you're a minority in the system. It only benefits, basically, since it benefits white people.
And it's important, I would agree. It's also important to understand the intersectionality, because it's the same way that it doesn't apply for black people, it also doesn't apply for white women. It doesn't apply for women. Now, it works better for white women than it does for black women, and it works better for white women than it does for black men, right? But it's that place of intersectionality where we have different groups that are protected over the other. So, Cheryl, I believe it protects white men over everyone. But I'm going to tell you now, if I have a white woman as a victim in a court against a black man, she wins every fucking time. Right? It's Birth of a Nation all over again. And so, go ahead, Rashawn.
Yeah, and this whole narrative that, like, I got 2 young daughters in college right now, but this whole narrative that men are more emotionally stable, I believe that this president showed you that they're worse in some cases. And I'm going to tell you the perfect example. when him and Elon Musk was going back and forth on Twitter, there was two men going back and forth on Twitter and arguing on the whole social media spectrum. You would never see that from, I never saw that from any president, but I'm like, you're supposed to be a so-called man's man, quote unquote, but you're up here arguing with another man on social media. Like, you're mentally like weak. It's like you have no accountability. It's like you argue with another man on social media. I'm like, how are you emotionally strong?
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's not just about emotional strength, right? I say this a lot, and I mean it. I believe that men are at a disadvantage in our society when it comes to emotional intelligence, because men are born and raised and brought up in a society that tells you the only two acceptable emotions that you're allowed to have is lust and anger. And so to expect men to get there on their own to this place of emotional intelligence and whatever without significant interference and assistance and support, I think is just asinine, because that's the culture that we have. And we have a culture that perpetuates that. It's in our commercials, it's in our magazines, it's in it's across our social medias, it's in our administration, in our White House. And so, yeah, I mean, from the time that they're little, right? Men made the system, exactly. And so Blue Honey Pot, I want to address kind of what you said when you said they voted for a black man over a white woman. So let's just be clear. A lot of the stink that Hillary couldn't get off of her came from her white man husband. Okay. So I just want people to also understand that a lot of Hillary's loss wasn't just because she was a woman, and it definitely wasn't because she was white, but it was because she had a white husband that, for whatever reason, I mean, I'm just going to tell y'all, I've said this before. Hillary Clinton was on her way. She would have been the first woman president, and it would have happened a whole lot fucking sooner than when she ran in 2016 if she'd have never married Bill. Marrying Bill Clinton, choosing to be the first lady in Arkansas, choosing to put her own political rise on the back burner to try to prop up this philandering husband of her, right? I'm just saying, you know what I mean? And so I think it's really important that people kind of understand that that's it. And so, and when we say, well, white men voted, yeah, but so here's the thing. So do you think that, I think it's important to be able to acknowledge the places of intersectionality when it comes to sexism and racism and the role that they play in our elections, and what is acceptable and what's not. So I'm just saying.
I think it's like, to that point, I'm really glad that you're pointing this out, because the other thing that I think that we do poorly as a society is we demonize women who have played the patriarchy game to get to the top. And then once they're there, we judge them for it. And you saw that with Kamala too, is both Hillary and Kamala rose to their heights because they are intelligent, because they are capable, because they are strong leaders, but they also played the system to get where they needed to be. And then once they got on top, a lot, and I heard this from a lot of white women, was like, well, they played the game and they used their sexuality or they used their powerful husband and like they played the game. Men play the game all the time and they're rewarded for it.
Okay, so I'm interested in this thought, because what I'm interested in is this thought, because I don't subscribe to Kamala Harris played the sexuality game.
I don't think so either. However, this is the argument that I hear from, again, a lot of white women who chose not to vote for her, Democrats who chose not to vote for her because they felt like they bought the hook, line, and sinker, that she used her sexuality to get where she is. And I was like,
that's not why they didn't vote for her. That's the excuse to cover the racism and the bigotry. That is not what. That's not why.
I would agree with you.
Right, and that would be what I would say to them.
That they're pushing in.
Yeah, but this is the thing. That would be my immediate pushback. I would never give any ounce of credence to this argument that somehow that she played the game. Listen, your sexuality doesn't have you graduate from an Ivy League school. Your sexuality doesn't have you be elected the attorney general for the state of California and have you win against not just cartels but also some of the biggest banks in the country and all of those different types of things. And so somebody can say, oh, she dated somebody and he told her she should run and he introduced her to people. That happens all day long with men to men and women to women, and it doesn't have anything to do with sexuality. People are applying a pretty tax on her as if that's the only way that she would get that introduction. And here's the thing. She could have been a smart, ugly woman and still gotten that introduction. It's always been who you know and who you know that and who they know. It's always been that. But people make it about sexuality because this comes back to the misogyny and the sexism.
Yep.
That's what it comes back to. And so it's not her using her sexuality. So now what we're doing again is we are victim shaming and victim blaming. Like that's literally what we're doing all over again.
Correct.
Yeah.
And my response is like, well, what is the woman that would get you to vote for a woman? Describe her. Like, and nobody, and again, in these circles, because I live in a very conservative town, nobody can describe the woman. And I said, that's the point. You have been conditioned to believe that women can't lead in this way because you can't even imagine who you'd vote for.
Yeah, I just think it's really important that when people run with those narratives, we don't give any validity to them. Even if what we're saying is, oh, well, now you're penalizing them because they do what men do. No, like I keep saying this. I had this conversation just last night, right here on this app, that it is so important that we do not add credence to or even acknowledge like there's a kernel of truth in some of these things that are being said. And I just really think, especially depending upon who you are and who the people are that you're talking to, is that if there is the relationship to be able to immediately push back, I think that's what has to happen automatically. When somebody says, oh, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris because she slept her way to the top, my immediate response is going to be, number one, tell me whose bed she slept in. Number two, don't use, your sexism to cover your racism. I'm not here for that either. And number three, if she has vice presidential vagina, then she should package that shit into a fucking candle and sell it like Gwyneth Paltrow, because that's some shit right there. Just saying.
I love that response. I'm going to adopt those. Thank you.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you got some vice presidential for JJ, market that shit because it's doing amazing things. So can I do me a favor before I go to Smyrna up top? And you're free to hang out literally if you want. Can I get a mod to just give me a break real quick so I can get some more water and warm up my tea? Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, package the fuck out of that. The first time I said it, people spit out their coffee and they were like, oh my God. And I said, this is how you know I don't work for the DNC, because they would never let me say things like that.
I was on a live yesterday and there was a mega man that was, we were going back and forth about a couple different things. And then when he couldn't refute me, he decided to just call me a cocksucker. And I said, you're welcome. That's my service to the male.
Yeah.
I was like, you're welcome.
Yeah. And my thing would be,
I don't need your misogyny to discredit who I am. And I was like, the fact that you couldn't do it based upon your own examples. And I was like, or logic, or even speak to me as a human being. And you had to resort to that. And I was like, just shows me who I'm dealing with. Mm-hmm. Thanks. Yeah, but I appreciated that the males on the panel all stepped in and put him in his place as well. It wasn't just me fighting my fight, but it's very interesting to me that that's always the response.
Of course. Yeah, it's the same guy that grabs your arm in the club, and when you say, hey, don't grab me, he's like, well, bitch, you ain't all that anyway. It's the same knee-jerk reaction. But I'm going to let Cheryl give me a mod announcement real quick while I get water and warm up my tea. And then, Mike, I'm going to address your comments in just a second.
Hi again, everybody. Let Dani take her break real quick. make sure that you're going to the top of the screen and clicking the heart at the top and collecting your heartbeat for the day. If it's also grayed out, that means you haven't joined. If you like these discussions and you want to continue hearing more from Dani, go ahead and click that and join. Also, make sure before you leave the live today that you go in and collect all your points for making comments, for sending gifts, any of the things that you're doing in here. You want to do those before the live is shut down so that they count. At the bottom right-hand corner, you can click the arrow there. That helps with the algorithm. If you copy and have nobody to send it to, that helps. You can also repost the live, or you can share it to other people. You can do that several times throughout while listening today. It helps bring the live to more people and get them in here. Let me think what else. Tapping, make sure you're tapping. Tapping is clapping.
Don't forget, Project for the People meets Thursday.
Okay, yes, Project for the People meets on Thursday. If you have already signed up for that, you should get the email about it. If you are interested and have not signed up yet, you can find information about how to do that in the link tree for Dani. I believe it's at the top of her link tree. But it's called Project for the People. And that's where people get together. They talk about the different issues. The focus is on issues that affects everyone. Things like healthcare, data centers, stuff like that. And Dani is great because she gives you a bunch of free information and then helps you learn how to have conversations with people with that information. And like I said, it's all things that everybody is concerned about. So it should be easy to talk to anyone about. What am I forgetting, guys?
I think you're doing great. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Cheryl. Yeah, so Smyrna, do you know that you're on the panel? And did you want to chime in? I see you're teacupping right now, so maybe not right now. Thanks, Dana. Will do. So let me reset my gifting goals here on TikTok, and then we'll keep going into this discussion. So let me, while I'm doing that, so Project for the People, for those of you guys who do not know, is something that I developed in response to the whole what are we going to do about where we are in this administration, right? And it is it's made up of three things. So the first focus is getting serious about winning elections. The second thing is about having conversations in our communities. I mean, I don't get a violation for mine. No worries, you're good. What was I saying? Oh, so it's also about getting serious. It's about getting serious about winning elections. And there's a distinctive strategy for that, which I'll show you guys. The second thing, I got you, Grammy, thank you, is it's also about having conversations that build connection in our communities, in our circles of influence, with your friends, your families, your social media community, your followers, and whether you go out like into your real neighborhoods and knock doors, or you get a farmer's market, flea markets. It's about literally beginning to have conversations. They would like to keep us disconnected from each other because that limits our power. And so the more connected that we get, the better understanding we have of each other. And the more we understand each other, the less likely we are to hurt each other or to vote for people that hurt each other, right? And then last but not least, it leads us to a place of government accountability. Government accountability looks like things like adding the ERA to the Constitution. It looks like reverse engineering the one big beautiful bill so that we can put back the things that were stripped out last year. It looks like shoring up Congress and the Supreme Court. It looks like term limits on federally appointed judges and SCOTUS. It looks like all of those things. And so what I did to develop Project for the People is, first things first, is I looked at the states in the country that had margins of 10% or less. And then I took a look at those states to see which counties had margins of 10% or less. And then I looked to see which House seats and Senate seats they all had in common, and then who's voting third party and who didn't vote at all but's registered to vote, and what would it take to win those folks over to win this election. So it gives you a strategy to know who you're talking to. So like if you're in Michigan, it is 16 counties, and in those 16 counties, you have the ability to close the gap by 59% for your presidential election in Michigan, just out of 16 counties out of 83, right? Because 47,000 people voted third party. But then what I did is I decided to go in and take information that people need to know. And I broke it down by congressional district, and I created graphics, and I put them all in a Google Drive, and I made them available to people, right? And so what that looks like is, let me see if I can show you real quick. So this is Project for the People. This is what the Google Drive looks like. This folder right here, I know you guys can't see it over here, but I'll show you in just a second. It has the links. It has a document with all the links for every graphic that's there. And then there's state resources, nationwide resources, potential legislation, and then an overview, right? And so when you get into your congressional district, then what you might see is these are all the states. And I've done it by state, and then within every state by congressional district for you to see the information that is relevant to you. And so what you would be able to see is, so for example, in North Carolina, Congressional District 6, 39,000 people are going to lose their North Carolina Medicaid because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. 61% of nursing home residents, guess what? They are covered by Medicaid. I can also show you the same district, 29,000 children and adults are projected to lose some or all of their SNAP because of the same thing. And then an additional 34,000 people are going to become uninsured because of the premium tax subsidies that expired. So there's all types of graphics, but not just about those things. There's also graphics around your data centers and your poverty levels and all of those different things, so that you can actually see what's in here and what's going on. And it's information to help you have conversations with the people in your life, so that people become informed, so that they make the best decision for not just themselves, but their community and the people that are around them. So that is Project for the People. The QR code is right there on the board. You can also go to makingamericatruly.great.com and register, and then you get a link from me, and that link will give you access to all of those things. Here's the important part. Don't share my Google Drive. You can share what's in the drive, but don't share the drive. You share the domain name. You share makingamericatruly.great.com. And the reason why is what I do is I actually calculate where people are at, where they live, what state they're in, what county they're in, so that we can show the power that we have. So this is our current map. We're in over 525 counties and in 48 states. Actually, no, now that we're over 540 counties, and we're in 49 states out of 50. And so when you sign up, it helps me keep track of where people are, so that we can demonstrate the power and know that there are people around you. Plus, you can get connected with people that live near you, so that you all can collaborate together. So for those of you guys that are in Greenville, North Carolina, you'll be able to meet up with me and do some things the weekend of September the 19th and 20th, because I will be there to tentatively, I will be there to speak at an event, and then I might team up with some folks and maybe knock some doors and get out into the community and do some things while I'm there. So all of things, this is what Project for the People is. It's about doing the work that's necessary for us to ensure that we have people elected to government and people that are doing the job, so that it benefits working class people, not a corporation, not a foreign government, and not anybody's particular religion. Okay. Mike, I wanted to go ahead and address what you said. So Mike, you asked me about, you specifically asked me, Jamie, sorry, sis, I didn't mean to grab you. Mike, you said, why isn't anybody mentioning that somebody has dual citizenship? Well, so the Constitution doesn't prevent someone that has dual citizenship from serving in Congress. So if the people of that district decide that they want to vote someone in that has dual citizenship, then they can, right? You might want to check into the members of Congress that have dual stuff with Israel, because there's quite a few. But just to be clear about that, I don't think that dual citizenship is necessarily an open disqualifier. I'd be more concerned about someone like Haley Stevens that says Israel comes to me in my dreams when she doesn't have dual citizenship than anything else. Or I'd be more interested in Ted Cruz saying, Rafael Cruz saying, you know, I became a U.S. senator to be the most pro-Israeli senator in Congress. That's a problem for me. So like just having dual citizenship somewhere doesn't necessarily indicate an issue, as much as somebody outright saying, hey, this is who I came to do work for. So yeah, so I think we have to talk about the relevance. Inspirations. Good afternoon, and how are you? I don't think you meant to request up. Inspirations, did you mean to request up? Nope. Got it. All right. So yeah, no worries. I got you. So folks, listen, the panel is open. I only ask for 4 things in this space. I ask that you be respectful, that you don't use slurs of any kind, that you don't spam my damn comments, and don't type in all caps, because I have folks that are vision impaired, and those things are reserved for them and my moderators. Other than that, we can have as robust a conversation as you're willing to have. Hey, Diggs. So hopefully that's that. So things that we covered today so far, just to give you a quick recap. There was some talk going on about Zoran Mamdani and an interview that he did on Sirius XM the other day, in which he made the statement that he wasn't running away from the Democratic Party, that the Democratic Party was going back to what the Democratic Party used to be. And there were people who took that one singular sentence out of context and then started going, well, I don't know what he's talking about. Well, my thing is, if you listen to the damn interview, you would have the context for the conversation. The context was around FDR, his willingness to do bipartisan work with LaGuardia to help bring the country out of the Great Depression. The context was about not only talking about affordability, but by delivering it to the American people. And so the context was about things like the New Deal and the things that actually, help prop up working class people and get us out of the position that we were in. So that's that. So yeah, Dixon, don't know what you're talking about. Don't know that I want to, but I will give you an opportunity to join the panel if you want to discuss it. Just so you know too, this is the type of live that I will give just about anyone an opportunity once. And if you don't take it, then you will be muted, because then you're not here in good faith and you're just here to distract, and I don't have no time for that shit. I'm just telling the truth, Hazel. Just telling the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you should look up on YouTube Mamdani's fake accent. It was from 10 years ago, and he was talking like some sort of Indian. The guy's a scammer. He's a fraud.
Dixon,
and,
Dixon,
yeah.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hi, how are you? What's your age for TikTok purposes?
Hi, I'm fine, thanks. My age is I'm 35. Not that it really matters. Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I do a certain type of live, it is because TikTok, it asks me for my settings whether or not I'm 18 and older, and I'm not familiar with you. So
right. Well,
a couple of
you
things.
Have you have no duty to investigate, but that's fine. It's your room. You can do what you want. No, you should look up the fake accent that Mamdani was pushing.
I have a question. For you. Okay. Yeah. So a couple things. Because you made some accusations that I think are interesting. So you said Mamdani is a scammer. So can you share with me what he has scammed?
I just told you he was scamming people, making them think he was some sort of Indian guy with.
How is that accent. A scam?
Well, when you're perpetuating a fraud, that's a scam.
So what's the benefit from it?
Oh, you'd have to ask him. I don't know.
Okay, so not really a scam. So maybe he's just using a fake accent.
The intent is that's on his side of the equation. You'd have to ask him why.
But we could actually see what the benefit is. So I'm going to give you an example. Okay, I'm going to give you an example. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm going to give you an example.
He was trying to deceive people. What was the benefit?
I'm going to give you an example. Okay.
Cool.
So raising money for sick children through your nonprofit.
He was being interviewed about it. He was being interviewed about a movie.
Okay, so can you do me a favor and not interrupt and talk over me? Because I think that's one of the things.
That's irrelevant.
Dixon.
The bottom line is
no, sir. The bottom line is you got to stop interrupting me and be respectful on my panel. Either you are a 34-year-old adult who can have a respectful conversation and not interrupt, or you're not. And if you're not, then this is not the space for you.
Okay.
Okay. So no. I'm gonna finish what I was saying.
Okay.
And I mean, I can either finish what I'm saying or you can leave. So just to be very clear, so again, I'm sorry, what?
I'm interested.
Okay, great. So this is the thing. So a couple of things, Dixon. So what's my name?
I have no idea what your name is.
What does it say my name is?
Well, it says Dani. I don't know.
And then right here, what does it say?
It says the Dani Cook Show.
Right. So my name is Dani.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And that's how you. And if you don't know, if you're not sure, right? Then what you could do is say.
Not much of a show.
And then what you could also say is, how would you like to be addressed? Because one of the things that's very important is that we use language that represents relationship.
I have no idea what that means.
Apparently not, because you called me honey. And you and I don't have a relationship where honey is the way that you would address me.
All right, sweetie, get on point. It's all right.
Okay, so not that either. So here's what we're going to do with all your baby carrot energy. All your baby carrot energy is going to leave. I don't do baby carrot energy. I'm not doing fuckery from grown ass men. Dear God, this is why we choose the fucking bear. And that is why your birth rate is dropping.
It's tired. We're all tired of it.
Listen, that is why your birth rate is dropping. Nobody wants to fuck you or have your children. Jeez.
You know, it's interesting. I came across, so I'm a women's historian. So, you know, I've studied colonial American history, was my emphasis from the Atlantic world's perspective and the intersections between gender, race, and class. And what's interesting is there's conversations in historian circles right now that this is the first time in U.S. history where women are dating based on character solely.
Right, because they don't have to.
That's out of the conversation when we're talking about this male loneliness epidemic. We're solely centering this on the male's feelings of like, why aren't women being this way? It's feminism and it's rotting their brains and it's turning them against us and it's making them all LGBTQ+, blah, 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 blah. And I went, no, all you have to do is do better. Be better. You don't provide any security that I can't get for myself. So you have to be of value for me to open my life and invite you in and keep you here in my sphere.
Yeah.
Just be better. And so I'm raising my 12-year-old stepson. I said, what's your value? And he goes, I'm making mean grilled cheese. I said, good, do better. What else? Keep going. Yeah. Like you have got to be of value to women because shit like that's on display. Nobody wants to sleep with that.
And this is my thing. It's what I was saying before. And so I get it. It's really shitty for men. I hear you. Right. Because, and so part of me, so one of the things about me is I want to always be able to tap into some sort of one place of empathy or compassion. And so here's what I understand is that men have been taught from the time that they are tiny boys that their value is financial provision and protection, which always makes me laugh because we only need protection from you. But that's what men are taught, right? And so that's what they've existed on. And this is the system that they've created. And now that women don't need or rely on that provision to exist, and now you have to actually have some level of emotional intelligence and emotional awareness and have other value outside of that, right? That's where
I'm gonna hop down.
Okay.
This was lovely. I'm going to the beach with my kids.
Enjoy
your live. I like everyone who's sitting in the comments. If this is your first time, I've been watching her for a while. First time coming up, but like I really appreciate your systematic approach that you're taking to like focus on the key issues and look at the root causes of things and really trying to motivate people to be active citizens. And I just really appreciate it. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
You're doing good work.
Thank you so much. Everybody. Enjoy the beach. So here's my thing. I'm so glad, Cheryl, that they are arresting him for the first fucking time. That's amazing. But so here's the thing, right? Now that you have to bring something else to the table, now you want to cry about being lonely. So here's the difference when you talk about, the problem is feminism. What does that mean exactly? Do you not want your daughters and the women in your life to value themselves and require that their partner bring something else to the table? Is that not what we want? You know what I mean? And I would think that we do. And so don't whine about it. Don't cry about it. Just buckle up and do your work. That's it. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again, right? Some of y'all might have an issue with it, but the matriarchy is here. It's not just that the matriarchy is coming. It's that the matriarchy is here. And there will be some men that participate in that. And there will be some men that hold spaces the same way throughout history. There have always been women that were alongside and that were part of even patriarchal societies. There will be men, but they will be a different type of men. There will be a men who understand. There will be a men who understand exactly the time that we are in, the value of women, the beauty of community and connection, and that's how we actually make a stronger society. We don't, so matriarchs don't rule like that. We govern, and it's a collective. We nurture, we bring out the best. We understand how we uplift together and create something. And so, yeah, I mean, if you don't understand that, you have a wonderful opportunity sitting in front of you. You have a wonderful opportunity sitting in front of you. So we joking. The reason why I haven't brought you up yet is two things. Number one, it's not just your meme, but it's also your verbiage under your meme, where it says, this is a meme page, not intended to hurt people's feelings, just here to have fun. So in this space, we do have fun, but we're not here to just have fun. And so we have real conversations. So before I bring you up, I'm asking you to throw in the chat the intent of your request to join the panel and what it is that you would like to request. Yeah, can you ask your question, and I will absolutely let you come on the panel. What's the question related to? That's what I'm asking. You heard all my cracks just now. Yeah. I'll wait for you to put it in the chat because I haven't seen it yet. I know, Blue Honey Pot, and that's the norm. Yeah. So again, hey Royal, good to see you. Yeah, so folks, the panel is open if you want to request and come up. We've talked a bit about Mamdani. We've talked about immigration and ICE in the report that I shared with you all. And then we also talked about some of the DSA misinformation that's out there, and the parts of it that are relevant for today and the parts that aren't relevant for a very, very long time and that are being used to distract and to misdirect. Here's where we're at, is we have some other things that we can absolutely tap into and talk about. The regular issues, healthcare, education, housing, economic mobility. Those are things that we all need to care about. For those of y'all who don't know, the Houthis have forced, that the Houthi forces have launched a new drone attack, according to the Yemeni military. And yeah, so we shall see what happens there. This is interesting. So I'm going to share this with you all. This just came out about 5 minutes ago. The Higher Presidential Committee for Church Affairs in Palestine, which is the Palestinian Christian body, has written to church leaders worldwide, warning of escalating violence, displacement, and targeting Palestinians and Palestinian Christians in particular across the occupied West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. The letter from Ramzi Khoury, head of the committee, described a quote-unquote systematic pattern of settler violence, land confiscation, restrictions on worship, and attacks on clergy, churches, and monasteries. It voiced concern over Tabay, Palestine's last entirely Christian town, which has seen a quote-unquote painful decline in population since 2023. The committee called on church leaders to visit Palestine and witness conditions firsthand, urging solidarity move from quote unquote, expressions of concern and sympathy to witness principled positions and action, end quote. It enclosed a report on violations against Palestinian Christians since the beginning of this year, closing with see, listen, speak, and let what you see and hear lead to action. So I think this is a really relevant thing that I hope more people start to talk about. The fact that the head of the Palestinian Christian body has sent a letter off to churches and Christian leaders around the world, talking specifically about the targeting and violence being committed against Palestinian Christians in the West Bank and East Jerusalem and Gaza. That's important because we hear this coming up all the time, right? They want to talk about, oh, well, what's happening to Christians in Nigeria? What's happening to Christians in such and such? Well, what's happening to Christians in Palestine? Well, we know what's happening. They are being targeted. We know that they are having their worship limited. We know that they are experiencing a rise in settler violence. And so this letter went out that also enclosed a report on violations. And so my question to Christians everywhere, but especially Christians in the United States of America, how do we feel? And what do we think about Israeli settlers specifically targeting Christians in Palestine? We joking? I didn't see you put anything in the chat yet. If you want to join the panel, I'm going to need you to do that. Are you able to do that? Yes, no, maybe. Yeah, so I think I'm trying to see if I can actually pull up the letter itself. I'm looking for the actual letter itself, because y'all know this is how my brain is. I see it, but I actually want to see the letter. This might be it. Well, isn't this something? This isn't the first letter. So how about the same thing was issued in May of 2025, or a similar thing? A similar thing was issued in 2025, which I find to be really interesting. What is the Kabbalah? It's it from my understanding is that it's an ancient Jewish tradition, Jewish mysticism that explores the hidden spiritual layers of reality, the nature of God, the purpose of human existence, whatever. That's what I've got. But let me go here first, really quickly. So in July, on July 7th of 2025, Ramzi Khoury also sent an urgent appeal to patriarchs and heads of churches around the world, calling for immediate and decisive action to protect the Christian presence in the Holy Land in light of a dramatic escalation in Israeli violations. In his message, Khoury warned that current Israeli policies aim to erase the Palestinian Christian presence, deny basic religious and national rights, and commit grave violations against holy sites. These actions, he said, included forced displacement, killings, and ethnic cleansing throughout Palestine, from Jerusalem and the West Bank to the besieged Gaza Strip. The letter highlights particularly severe restrictions during this year, which is 2025's Easter and Holy Saturday celebrations. On Holy Saturday, Israeli occupation authorities transformed Jerusalem into a military zone. blocking thousands of worshipers, including a clergy, pilgrims, and diplomats from accessing. You all should remember this, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, because I remember this in the news. The committee further condemned a systematic campaign undermining religious freedom, noting that only 1,800 Palestinian Christians from the West Bank, out of more than 50,000, were permitted to enter the Church of the Holy Sepulchre this year, in a stark contrast to the usual 10,000 celebrants that typically come during Easter. So this is a second. I'm looking because I would like to see the report, like the attachment. And I don't see that anybody has the report. I'm looking for it, you guys, but I can't find it. Yeah, it's not, but I can't find the report to link directly to it. Maz, did anybody see We Joking Right put anything in the chat to explain what they want to talk about? Sepulchre. Thanks, Ruck. Yeah, okay. That's why they just, I know. And then I said, what's the question about? And they haven't said anything else. So then if it's getting filtered, they need to say it a different way. If We Joking Right, if you are saying something and it's getting filtered, you just need to say it a different way. Okay. Back over here. Nope, I don't care about that. So Iran's supreme leader and commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces, Khamenei, has announced on Telegram that he has issued decrees appointing 6 senior commanders across the general staff. And so he named them and went from there. It's a lot. What's up, the Flying Nana? The Yemeni president has said that the phase of aggression without consequences has ended. That it speaks horribly of a potential escalation. I am so tired of seeing this. Yeah. They communicate a lot on Telegram. But let me just say this. So if I say this headline again anymore, I'm just gonna, I don't know what I might do. But so here's the latest headline. You ready? UN experts condemn, quote, catastrophic human rights situation, end quote, in Gaza and the West Bank. I am tired of the UN condemning. I want sanctions on Israel. I would like to see the UN actually take steps and apply sanctions on Israel and hold them accountable for the thing that they are doing. Yeah, so I mean, recreation, you can go to the FEC's website and find out. You can go to the FEC website, you can go to your state's election commission website, and then you can also go to Open Secrets. But so this is what they are saying today. UN experts condemn, yeah, Carol, but I dare the US to veto. So do you understand the significance? So let me tell you what the significance would be right now, okay? So follow me. Let's just say that the UN actually levels sanctions. Oh, look, 888 daily hearts today. So let's just say that the UN were to issue sanctions against Israel. And let's just say that the US vetoes. Do you understand how detrimental that would be to the GOP, to the Republican Party, especially right before these midterms when people are sick to death of seeing us do more for Israel than for folks here in the US? I dare them. That is exactly why this is the perfect time for the UN to put forth issuing sanctions. This is the perfect time because it puts the United States in a precarious situation. Are they going to veto something that the entire world is outcrying over, and that many people here in the States are crying out over at a time when you are less than 3 months from midterms? I say probably not. And then what happens? So here's what it says. UN experts condemn the increase in attacks on Palestinian civilians in July, calling it, quote unquote, a sharp deterioration of an already catastrophic human rights situation, and said, quote unquote, the genocide is continuing unabated. They condemned the advancing, quote unquote, yellow line and the demolition of buildings as, quote, re-engineering the geography of illegally occupying Gaza through force and displacement, stating that, quote unquote, nowhere in Gaza is safe. Israeli forces killed at least 160 Palestinians in July alone, increasing the death toll since last October's fake-ass ceasefire to more than 1,200. In the occupied West Bank, they deplored the killing of at least 14 Palestinians in July and condemned the surge in settler violence, including 4 killings in the village of Tal on July 24th, saying, quote, settler terror operates with the protection and often the participation of the Israeli occupation forces, end quote. Citing the 2024 ruling by the International Court of Justice that Israel's occupation is unlawful, the experts condemned how Israel, quote, has been allowed to accelerate the very policies the court found unlawful, end quote, warning that states aiding Israel are, quote unquote, themselves in breach of international law. And we are, 100%. Yeah, there's no doubt about that for me. And I don't think that there should be for anybody else. So what I think we're going to do is shift gears a little bit. And I'm going to send over the next graphic and we can get to talking. Now, y'all might want to clutch your pearls and hold on because we are going to take things up a notch. If you guys are ready, if you're down, we're going to see. Y'all say you're ready, but I don't know. So wait, okay, because y'all know how everything happens in my brain with music, right? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Coffee, you're going to need a bigger cup. Yeah, I'm done with my tea. But, whoop. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Here we go. There was one more that I needed to add to this. Shit, it just left my brain. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, there we go. Okay. And I'm actually going to take this off of here just so that I have room for this sucker to be up here. And we're going to go. All right. Y'all ready? Ready, ready, ready. Here we go. This page is what I want. I know. You know my brain. It pings all over the place. All right, here we go. You guys, I'm going to change your graphic first. You guys, you're up next. It's going to look like I'm going away, but I'm not. I'm literally just grabbing a different graphic. All right. And here we go. How do y'all like that change of scenery? You guys haven't seen it yet, but it's coming right now. So now we're going to 2 different topics to chat about today. And I'm going to give you what they are. And we'll go from there. And so I'm going to replace over here. You like that, Carla? I thought you might. So here are the 2 questions. Here's the prompt. Are reparations and the Black community being used to derail the midterms? And then 2, should the U.S. end its quote unquote special relationship with Israel? Those are the 2 questions. And we're going to see what people have to say about it. So if you would like to participate and be part of the conversation, listen, that's right. That's right, you guys. Don't feed the trolls, 100%. Yeah, so you guys say yes and yes. I say yes and I say yes. And then I have very specific reasons why I say yes for both of those things. And so I will tell you this. One of the things that I find interesting is, so like today, this morning, I told you guys I was in a couple of different I was in a live earlier this morning before when I was getting ready. And this conversation was about reparations, right? And so they were saying, they were describing, well, what should reparations look like and what we would want it to be. And I think what I found wild about them having this conversation is you're having conversations about something that you cannot get if you do not put progressives in power. Like you're discussing. Somebody was like, well, do we want anything other than just like money, or should it be land, or should it be infrastructure, or should it be this, or should it be that? And my point is, you are literally putting the cart 50 fucking feet, 550 feet in front of any horse that might be anywhere around. Because you can't talk about the structure of what reparations might look like if you don't put yourself in a position to actually be able to ever receive those reparations. And you're not going to be able to do that unless you put progressives in power. And so it's interesting to me that many of the people that want to have this conversation about reparations are using it to say very anti-Democratic Party things, very anti-Democrat things, but you want to act like you're going to get it any other way. And you're not going to get it any other way. The GOP is not. So you think the party of DEI, woke, and critical race theory, and taking jobs from 100,000 Black women, you think that's the party that's going to give you a Black ass reparations? What? Of course they're not. Of course they're not. So it's just wild to me that this is the conversation, and that so many are allowing themselves to be manipulated and to be just railed into this conversation. And I think some of the folks are just desire to they want to sound smart without necessarily being smart. So Brahim and Palestinian, did either of you guys mean to request up? Do you know you're in the box? Right, the party that still flies the Confederate flag, 100%. Yeah. Yes. The party that does not like Black and brown people. You're okay, Palestinian. Right? It's okay. The party that is literally so, and while we're at it, for my Black and brown people that are in here, Are we going to talk about Jonathan Majors and his starring role for the Daily Wire? How many Black people know what I'm talking about? Are we going to talk about Jonathan Majors and his starring role for the fucking Daily Wire? You know who Jonathan Majors is. Listen, Jonathan Majors is the Black man that was about to, like, he was on the cusp of huge, ginormous good things. Like what he had a deal with Marvel, remember? And then he put his hands on that white girl and she lit that ass up. And then he found himself a good Black girl to help try to restore his image. And then the Daily Wire said, we'll give you a chance. We'll give you a leading role in a movie that promotes Islamophobia. Come on, y'all. What was the movie he was going to get? Because he lost that shit. As soon as he put it out, I'm just saying. Hold on. So he was going to be, for Marvel, he was going to be the new Kang the Conqueror. Remember? Right, John. He was going to be Kang the Conqueror. And then Marvel said, get the fuck on out of here. And then what happened? He got arrested for the white girl that he was dating, right? And then what happened? And then he tried to rehabilitate his image. And I can't tell you if he and Megan Good, I don't know, but I mean, I'm just saying it's Megan Good. So what am I laughing at? He was innocent. Okay. So let me explain what I'm laughing at right now. What I'm laughing at is that this man went from where he was. Yeah, he got kicked off his elevator up. And now what he's doing is he is falling into, he's with Megan now. I know. And now he is the lead in a movie for the Daily Wire. Literally, he went to work for a racist organization that is full of hate towards Black and brown people. Yes, he was found guilty of misdemeanor third-degree assault. Yes, he was found guilty of misdemeanor third-degree assault, recklessly causing physical harm, and second-degree harassment stemming from March of 2023. Yeah, so whoever is in the chat talking about he was found innocent, no, the fuck he wasn't. He was acquitted of intentional assault in the third degree and aggravated harassment in the second degree. That's what happened. So while we're being clear. Now, remember, and listen, Candace and I might not agree on much, but we agree on Israel. And her comments about Israel is how she ended up getting kicked off the Daily Wire. Yeah, see, I'm not even promoting the movie, Pet. That's why I didn't even mention the name of it. But just so we're clear, that is where, and I mean, this is just like a little side note. This is just a side note, people. This is just a side note. Are we not going to talk about Jonathan Majors starring in a Islamophobic, full of Islamophobia movie for the Daily Wire? I think it's absolutely crazy and astounding that this is something that, you know what I mean? Straight foolishness, 100%. So let me just, and can we also talk about this? Okay, can we talk about how long the Islamophobia has been in the works? Because I think we should. In order for the Daily Wire to have a movie that is going to come out right before these fucking midterms, right when Mamdani's been elected, and right now when Abdul is running in Michigan, right? Come on, y'all. So let's talk. Okay, so look. Hold on. So let me just tell you. Do y'all want to know when they began filming? You missed it? Okay, so Cam, there's now going to be a Daily Wire action movie called Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels that will be released September the 16th on Daily Wire Plus, starring Jonathan Majors. Oh, bless your heart. You still didn't learn. You still don't have free speech in my room. You still don't have free speech, Cryo Saint. Yeah, this is their first movie that I know of. But I got to tell you, so listen, they are making, so we can talk about both of these two things. First, we can talk about how you go from Kang the Conqueror and losing that shit to being the star of a film by the Daily Wire. We can do that. We can also talk about Steven Fetch and Step and Fetch ass being used for a white supremacist racist agenda. We can talk about that because that's exactly what's happening here. And then we can talk about the timing. Because it is being released just 6 to 8 weeks before the midterms. And do you know when it began being filmed? If you don't, so let me ask you all something. When did Mamdani take office, y'all? When did Zohran Mamdani take office? January. When do y'all think they started filming? When did they start filming, y'all? February. You damn right. You are damn right. They started filming in February. Sure did. They started filming February 26th of 2026, and they filmed it in South Carolina. It was produced by Ben Shapiro and Dallas Sonier. The writer and the director is Kyle Rankin. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, Tiffany. Exactly. You know it and I know it, right? So, I mean, it's going to suck anyway because, come on. I mean, well, that's my thing, the one and only, is like, literally, do you know where you have to be at in life that you're willing to go to work for the Daily Wire and for Ben Shapiro? So, let me just see if I can pop this up here real quick. So how many of you all don't know about the things that Ben Shapiro has said that would be considered to be racist? How many of you all don't know? You don't know? Okay, so let's talk about it. So he says, number one, y'all. So let me just go ahead and I'll give you this one. He says that hip hop isn't really music; it's just rhythmic speaking, just basically spoken rhythm. These are quotes, y'all. These are quotes. He's saying, quote unquote, basically spoken rhythm. It's a form of rhythmic speaking. It's not actually a form of music. He said. Um, yeah. Okay, so let me pull out these for you. Hold on one second. Sometimes it be our own people. Hold on. Oh my God. I am looking for. I don't want that. I want. Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah, he did do that. Yeah, he appeared on a Canadian rapper's album in 2024 with a line saying, claim that I'm racist. Yeah, all right. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. He said, quote, in 2002, talking about Palestinian and Arabs, he said, quote, Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap open and live in sewage, end quote. He apologized in 2019 and said that it was insensitive and that he no longer holds those views in that very generalized manner, which I don't believe. He made remarks following the death of the murder of Trayvon Martin. He says that systemic racism does not exist in the United States of America. He says that American laws do not contain racial bias. He says that that there are that the systemic explanations for racial disparities are flawed. Yeah. So let me see if this is a good one for you. So this one is this one.
Let's start with the first nonsense.
No. Ben Shapiro's not black. Jonathan Majors is black, and Jonathan Majors is doing a movie for Ben Shapiro. So give me a second. Dang. I wish I hadn't. Hold on. Let me click it again so that it opens up on the right place. Give me one sec. All right, here you guys. I'm going to share it over here for you.
First nonsense term the left likes to use, and that is diversity. So a few months back, I spoke at Cal State University, Los Angeles. A few days before I was scheduled to speak, the president of the university decided that it was imperative that my lecture be canceled. And he issued a letter explaining why he had canceled this lecture. He wrote, quote, after careful consideration, I've decided that it will be best for our campus community if we reschedule Ben Shapiro's appearance for a later date so we can arrange for him to appear as part of a group of speakers with differing viewpoints on diversity. Such an event will better represent our university's dedication to the free exchange of ideas and the value of considering multiple viewpoints. So it's so important to consider multiple viewpoints and have a free exchange of ideas that the one idea they don't like has to be shut down in the name of diversity.
Shut down.
And that's what diversity means. Diversity generally means
So the victimhood is too much for me. It wasn't shut down. They didn't say we're canceling your event and you can't do it. They said we want to bring you in and have you as part of a larger conversation where varying views can be expressed alongside yours. So stop playing fucking victim because you're not. Nobody shut shit down. It's just crazy work. So anyway, here we go.
College campuses. Shut up, lest you make some people uncomfortable, because diversity can't thrive where people disagree. Everybody has to agree in order for diversity to really bloom. This idea goes back a long ways, back to a professor named Herbert Marcuse. He said back in the 1960s that he was in favor of what he called liberating tolerance as opposed to the repressive tolerance of free speech. He said free speech was just demonstration that there was this patriarchal, heteronormative order that crammed down freedom on people, and so freedom had to be overthrown. Free speech was repressive tolerance. What he wanted was liberating tolerance, and the only way to have liberating tolerance was to shut down everybody who disagreed with him. So true tolerance meant that you couldn't tolerate anybody who disagreed with him, which makes perfect sense if you're highly educated, but makes no sense if you have a basic shred of common sense. Marcuse's ideological grandchildren now run the campuses. So when I got to Cal State LA, a near riot broke out. The reason that I have security, I didn't have to have security a year ago when I did speeches, but because of all the security problems that we've had at my speeches in the past, I now have to have my friends in security. Students barricaded the doors, people pulled fire alarms, all in the name of diversity, all to show that this is what diversity was really about. And wasn't it just wonderful? Which begs the question, if the left doesn't care about diversity of thought, what exactly do they mean by diversity? Now, we all know what the left means by diversity. What the left means by, well, I haven't said anything bigoted yet, so you might want to wait. What the left means is racial diversity. But racial diversity, as we all know from being decent human beings, really shouldn't mean much.
So I just want to say this, right? Loud and proud about it. But listen, why does the word diversity, why does he believe that what the left or what people means by diversity is racial diversity? Because that's not what I mean when I say diversity. When I say diversity, I mean actual diversity, right? At all the different points and places of intersectionality. So what is his predisposition to diversity that leads him to think that it means racial diversity and racial diversity only? Like, is it your focus on race that makes you think that, Ben? Because it's certainly not mine, and I don't think it represents everybody's, right? But here we go.
A racially diverse criminal gang isn't a better enterprise than an all-black church choir. Values matter significantly more than melanin level. And if you believe the opposite, this makes you a racist. Racial diversity doesn't mean anything. Decency means something. Diversity is not a bad thing, but it isn't a good thing unless the people who are racially diverse are also decent. Diversity isn't a bad thing unless the people who are racially diverse are indecent. This is not a difficult thing. Diversity isn't our strength. Decency is our strength. Robert Putnam is the author of a book called Bowling Alone, big New York Times bestseller. He's on the left, and he used to believe in this mantra, diversity is our strength. And then he started doing experiments regarding communities, and what he saw was that in diverse communities, racial, ethnic diversity, which these days comes along with diversity of fundamental values, thanks to the multicultural left, it didn't lead to better, more cohesive, and more tolerant communities. And again, this is Robert Putnam, who's on the left. He wrote this. He said, the only two things that go up as diversity of your census tract goes up are protest marches and television watching. He concluded that the only way that you could actually create social capital, and social capital, of course, is the thing that allows you to leave your door unlocked at night and allows your neighbor to babysit your kids. The only thing that leads to that is decency, shared values. The only thing that allows people of diverse backgrounds not to be polarized by tribal identity, to live together and to overcome their tribalism, is decent behavior. But unfortunately, the left only cares about racial diversity. That's all they care about. It's a racist philosophy, and they make themselves feel good by saying they stand for racial diversity rather than values. No objective standard of behavior, just the level of the melanin in your skin is what counts, or the country that you came from, or the ethnicity of your parents. Which means that, for example, at this university, the Yale Dramatic Association board holds new auditions for a play after people whine that a white woman was cast in a role normally played by a black man. It doesn't matter that the white woman was auditioning next to 9 people of color who auditioned. She won the part. The black people didn't. That meant that they had to redo the auditions.
So that's Ben Shapiro. And I played the clip to give you an idea of who Jonathan Majors just did a movie for. That's who runs the Daily Wire. That is who Jonathan Majors just did a movie for. And the movie is nothing but a fear-mongering, Islamophobic, horrific piece of film. If you watch the clip, if you watch the trailer of the film, it is literally about propaganda. It is about the Muslims are coming to take over. It's about the degradation of American society. It is about how this is going to be the end of America and American values as we know it. And this is it. Yeah, Grasshopper. I do believe he's on his way to being MAGA. So that is where we are. And I think the thing that is, it's called, I don't know, run, hide, something infidels. It comes out, listen, but it comes out on the Daily Wire Plus. So I will never see it because I don't subscribe to the Daily Wire, nor will I, especially for any plus. Yeah, run, hide, fight, infidels. Yeah. So so here's the thing that I think that people need to pay attention to, right? So Zoran Mamdani wins the election. He takes office January 20th of 2026. And 4 weeks later, they begin filming this film in South Carolina, promoting Islamophobia like you would not believe, and then putting it out 6 weeks ahead of the midterms. If you all can't connect those dots, if you don't understand the problem behind that, I don't know what to say. Now, if you are in here and you want to respond to the prompts, you're more than welcome to join the panel. I see some of you guys that are pretty active in the chat. So if you want to take, your interaction in the chat and come to the panel and have a conversation, we could do that. But I'm just gonna say, I believe the vast majority of Americans are not going to be, what's up, Elle, are not going to be, all of a sudden this boogeyman thing is getting old, right? Nobody's going to believe anybody's eating cats and dogs. Nobody's going to believe that, somebody that another country is emptying their jails and sending their people here. Nobody's going to believe that all of a sudden Muslims are taking over the whole country, because every time somebody knocks on my damn door, it is not Muslims, it is Christians. Every time. It's a Mormon, it's a Jehovah's Witness, it's somebody else trying to take me to their Christian church. I have never been that would not have come out right. I have never been evangelized by a Muslim. Solicited, correct. I'm just saying. Well, you know what? Mary, my one Mormons left me alone. Bless their hearts. Because when I brought out my Bible and started talking with them and asked them certain things, they didn't know what to do. And he was like, you know what? We're going to go back. We'll go back and get that answer. I said, you do that and then come back. 74 reacts. Come talk to me about it. So your claim is, quote, and I'm just going to read what you wrote verbatim. Quote, most leftists hate God. They love power. So let me ask you a question. What do you base that on? Because that's a very generalized, broad-reaching statement that I doubt you would have, any data to support.
Because everything that they champion and promote is not conducive to family values.
So, well, first, that's not what I asked you. I asked you what sources or data you would have to back that up. That would be first. And then two, so one of the things that I always pay attention to is language. So whenever somebody uses language like everything, all, nothing, never, that tells me that this person is just spitting a narrative to justify their position. Because there's no such thing.
A narrative to justify.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay? So verbiage is important. Whenever you use words that are absolutes, like everything, and this is in regular life, Like you can be talking to your, if you can be talking to your significant other, and you can say, you never pick up your stuff. You don't ever listen to me. Whenever we use absolutes like that, it is absolutely a narrative because absolutes do not exist. It's not accurate. It's not true. And so that's what I'm saying to you is your word choice is what tells me that what you're saying is a narrative. Now, it's a narrative based on your opinion and your life and your observations, but it's still a narrative. It's not rooted in facts. It's not rooted in data. It's not rooted in evidence. And so that's what I'm saying to you.
And you're saying that based on which comment? Because I made a lot of them.
Yeah. So, well, the thing that you just said, right? You said everything that they promote, right? So we know
comment.
So no, you actually said that out of your mouth on the panel.
My comment. You read my comment back to
yes,
you, right?
Your comment. Yeah, the comment that I read back to you is when you said leftists hate God.
Or did I say most leftists?
I read it once. I don't have it pulled up. The comments have gone now. But again, even whether you said it doesn't matter. So listen. So whether you said leftist. So do you believe that you know most leftists?
Most leftists that I hear talk, and a lot of them do a lot of talking, promote or champion policies that are antithetical to Christian values, and that's just something I noticed.
So this is the question that I ask you, and I'm going to ask it again. When you say most leftists hate God, my immediate question to you is, do you believe that you know most leftists, or what do you have that says anything about most leftists? And also, what is a leftist?
Someone that's on the left.
What is the left? Because my left is the hand I don't write with. My hand is this is my left hand. This is the hand I don't write with. What is the left? What is that? Because so here's the other thing that I don't do. Okay, I think certain verbiage isn't helpful to the conversation. When people start saying things like, "Oh, the people on the left, the people on the right," those are just damn directions, and there's not enough specificity to even talk about the real issues. Right? So if you want to talk about, a person that is quote unquote on the left, what are the policies and the issues that they believe in, that they stand for, and that they respect, that you have an issue with?
The unborn babies, same-sex marriage.
So we can take them one at a time. Let's do that.
Antithetical to family values and conducive to healthy families.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Okay, so we can talk. Let's do abortion first. Okay, so there is not a position on the left that says, yes, we should kill babies or kill unborn babies. That's not the position. And for you to mischaracterize it and misrepresent it that way is disingenuous in the very least. So the position is, it is. And I'm going to tell you what it is. So the position is that women have the right to make their healthcare decisions with themselves and their doctors and not have it be policed by the law. The position has nothing to do with whether or not you agree with abortion. That's not the topic. The topic is women have full autonomy over their bodies and their health, and they are capable of making their healthcare decisions between themselves and their physicians. Whether you agree with the decision they make or not has nothing to do with it. So when you misrepresent it and you say, oh, leftists are for killing unborn babies, no, they're not. That's bullshit. They are for women having bodily autonomy and making their healthcare decisions with their physicians, like every other grown adult gets to do.
Okay, so did you bring me up here to talk or to preach to me?
I'm not preaching.
I mean,
if it feels like preaching, then you might be sinning. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying you're doing most of the talking, but every time I try to make a point, you just cut me off and say it was bullshit.
No, I said we'll take them one at a time.
All right. Now, the left champions organizations and or fund organizations like Planned Parenthood I've heard Hillary Clinton praise Margaret Sanger and all that other stuff. And the other thing is, if it's really about healthcare, now getting pregnant and then making it about healthcare, then you would say also a lot of these pregnancies are having adverse health effects on the mother, but that's not always the case.
So women don't just get pregnant.
All right. See, let's move forward, not backwards. Let's just talk.
I haven't moved backwards. I'm being.
A lot of the babies, most of the babies, you said it's about having autonomy and healthcare. Now, when you say healthcare, what part of just, all right, if the baby is not, if you're not having an at-risk pregnancy, what part of being pregnant is where you can't deliver the baby now is healthcare?
Everything about pregnancy is healthcare. Do you have any idea what happens to a woman's body from the moment she gets pregnant? Every moment of it, but long before delivery, is healthcare.
How many Black children have been aborted since?
So listen, no, listen, 74. No, we're going to stay right where we're not. We're not going to keep pivoting because you don't like my response. I let you do it a second ago. Yes, it is. No, we're going here to change you. So 74. Hold on. We're going to go back to the conversation because I'm going to stay rooted in the conversation. This is what your claim was. Your claim was that people on the left support things that are antithetical to the family and to Christian values. That was your claim. And when I asked you, the very first thing that you brought up was abortion. That's the very first thing you said. And so, what?
I said, and same-sex marriage.
Right, and I said we're going to take them one at a time.
All right, good.
Right, that's what I said. And so what I said is, no, the left does not believe, and the left does not advocate for killing unborn babies. They advocate for women to have bodily autonomy and to make their healthcare choices between themselves and their physicians. That's what it is. That's what it's about. It's about a woman being able to go to her physician to discuss her body, her health, and her physical health, her emotional health, her mental health, all of her health, and make that choice with her healthcare provision, her healthcare provider. It has nothing to do with whether or not you think people should or shouldn't have abortion. Your personal opinion and your personal belief about that is not part of the conversation.
How is my personal belief not part of the conversation? Because the same way a woman believes she has the right, remember the key word is belief. A woman believes she has the right to end the pregnancy, then I should be able to believe that the baby should be born.
Come on. Here's the difference. No, here's the difference. No. So let me just explain where the choices are. Okay. So if you, number one, if you want a baby to be born, then you need to make sure that the woman that you are having unprotected sex with wants to have your baby. That's your responsibility, sir. Hold on, let me finish. That is your responsibility. So if you're going to go sow in your seed, you might want to make sure that the garden that you are planting in wants to be harvested, because that's it. After you choose to have unprotected sex, whatever she does after that, you don't have anything to do with. So be responsible with your seed.
Right? We're talking about two adults, right?
So be responsible with your seed.
She should be responsible.
And she is. And she is. And she is.
So it's not on the man.
It is. But this is what I'm telling you. If you want, here's my point. So listen, when we talk about when you have the ability to, because here's the difference. The woman, right, can say, oh, this is not what I want, for whatever reason that she determines with her physician, right? She can handle that. Your choice to make your ability to make that choice for you is before it happens. You control, you literally get to control all of that. So if you don't want women to have abortions, don't have unprotected sex.
She has control too.
Or make sure that the woman that you are having unprotected sex with wants to have your baby.
she has control too, right?
So this is I don't know why we're not. Okay, so where are you unclear about the thing that I'm saying?
I'm not unclear. You're preaching to me about my seed, but I'm also saying to you, as an adult that's having consensual relations, she also has control over whether she has a baby or not too.
And that's the point. That's the point.
Then.
What we are saying is, this is the point. The point is that she should have control over her healthcare decisions between herself and her physician.
So her form of birth control.
No, sir.
Planned Parenthood.
Let me ask you this, because that's just the dumbest thing ever.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, you're not asking. You're regurgitating talking points that are just fake. They're not.
Anything.
You are, because that's not true. So let me ask you a question. 74. Can you tell me how much it costs to have an abortion prior to 12 weeks?
I don't pay for that kind of activity. So
but if you're going to talk about the subject, do you not know how much it costs?
Well, I don't keep up with things I don't participate in.
Okay, well, I will tell you how much it costs, because I keep up with things that I don't participate in if I'm going to talk about them, right? So on average, it's going to cost $700 to $750. That's not including the travel time, the time off work, if you have to travel out of state, if you have to get a hotel room, medication, pads, any of those things. And that is for just if you are taking the pill prior to 12 weeks. Okay. So here's what I know. How many, because in the United States of America, there's not a lot of families that have $750 to be thrown around like it's birth control.
Well, then she should practice.
No. Wait, no, it's not about that. No, I'm responding to your claim that there are actually people that use it like birth control.
Oh, they do.
Oh, they don't.
They do.
Oh, they don't. You are talking to somebody who has sat on the board of a nonprofit for this very thing. No, sir, they do not.
You don't know everybody.
I know the data. I actually know the facts. You do not. Tell me one report you've ever read from the Guttmacher Institute.
If I gotta pull out my computer, I can pull it.
Pull it out, please.
I'm just saying.
Pull it out.
I'm just saying.
Pull it out and give me your source. Pull it out.
You know.
Pull it out. Pull it out and give me your source that women use AV for birth control. Pull it out.
Oh God. There we go.
Yep, pull it out. You said you could do it.
Well, what they're saying is now I'm looking at it. 8% of women getting them.
What source are you looking at?
3 or more.
What source are you looking at?
11% have 2 or more.
74.
25%
74.
have had 1 prior.
74. I'm asking you a question. What's your source that you're looking at?
The internet.
Where on the internet?
The internet.
What's your source? You know what a source is.
I know what you mean, but
okay, so where is it?
Laptop back.
What? So you just closed your laptop now?
Yeah, I just closed it.
But I thought you said you could get it out and we could do it.
People are getting repeat, or they get repeat
No.
ABs.
No, they don't just get repeat
Yes, they
ABs.
do.
No, they don't.
They just said
So let
that.
me
I
explain
just
to you.
read it.
No.
I'm
Here's
not
what
gonna
here's what
argue
you
over that.
here's what you don't get to do.
Now let's go to the second
No, because what I
topic.
do.
Same
No,
sex.
sir. Listen, you don't run this. Hold on. I don't know what
I'm
you
done
think
with
you're
the
doing, but
AB.
we're not doing that. Listen, this is
I'm
not.
not
This is
sitting
not.
here doing the AB homework.
What you're not going to do is keep interrupting me. I'm responsible for the information that goes on this live. I'm responsible for what people hear being said in this live, which means I'm responsible for ensuring that people get accurate information. So when you say things that are inaccurate, when you say things that are not fact-based, I am absolutely going to take the time to correct that information. And you don't have to like it, but I'm going to do it. Period. So just so that everybody knows, there's a couple of different places that you can go for this information. I particularly, the Guttmacher Institute is a great resource if you want information around AB and all that goes with it. The reason why people can't tell you why people get ABs is because no one knows. Most of the time, people don't give a definitive reason. One of the leading reasons are it's Guttmacher, Guttmacher. Okay. 96% of patients don't give specific reasons as to why they're getting it. Why? Because they don't have to. Okay. 1.2%, there's an abnormality in the unborn baby. 2.2%, other physical health concerns. 0.3% is when you get to like a major emergency situation. And then it's around less than 1% is rape and incest. But the vast majority, 96%, we don't know because they don't actually identify that. They don't talk about that. They don't tell. So we don't really know. These are just the best case guesses based on information. This idea, though, there's absolutely nothing out there that shows that women have ever used AB as birth control. It's not, number one, it's not financially feasible. It doesn't happen. Number two, the repercussions for your actual body would be devastating. Like it wouldn't happen. Like I said, to have an AB by the pill literally is $700 to $750. Most places, facilities are actually private, and they're not even Planned Parenthood. So there's just a lot of things that people don't know, and they just regurgitate inaccurate facts that aren't rooted in the actual statistics. By the way, just so that everyone knows, 43 states in this country had laws governing abortion and when you could get one before the Dobbs decision in 2022. Okay. And so that's when the states actually had rights, and states were, and when people say they're giving it back to the states already had laws on the books before 2022. Now there are states where they don't have those laws, and citizens don't have the mechanisms to put it on the books. And so that's really important because 24 states in this country, you can't use, as citizens, you can't put an initiative on the ballot. So your information didn't come from the same place you might have used the internet. You just didn't use it as effectively and as, and with integrity. Let me just put it that way. Okay. So just to reset, the left does not support killing unborn babies. The left supports women having bodily autonomy and being able to make their healthcare choices with their physicians like grown adults do. Period. Okay. 74. You wanted to say something else?
Like I said, it comes from the same World Wide Web you use. It's just a different lens. That's all.
It's not a different lens.
Your lens.
No, it's not a different lens. I don't do lenses. I do facts.
It's called partisan lens.
I did facts. No, I did facts. So no, I'm not doing my beliefs. You don't know anything about my beliefs. You just assume you do. See, here's the difference. I can have my beliefs and respect other people's rights. I don't think that other people's rights should be limited by my beliefs. That's the difference between me and you. You believe that other people's rights should align with what you believe, and I don't believe that.
Well, you don't know what my beliefs are.
I do. I just listen to you tell me.
Oh my God. I ain't trying to take away nobody's rights. But I just don't think that taxpayer money should go to reckless behavior.
Well, if that's the case, so here's what I would like for you to do. I want you to take that belief, and then I want you to go talk to Congress about not bailing out our banks, not bailing out our airlines, not bailing out our corporations, not bailing out our credit card companies. If you want to talk about reckless behavior, then I want you to go talk to Congress about the $75 million it gave ICE and the $1 trillion that it gave to the Department of Defense. If you want to talk about reckless behavior and not wanting taxpayer dollars to go to that, then we could start right there, because that's where the vast majority of tax dollars are going, for reckless behavior.
Oh, you mean like Obama bailing out the car plants?
And taxpayers, and let me also say this, and taxpayers don't pay for abortion. And by the way, let me just also say this. The people that get abortion also pay taxes. So yes, so their tax dollars can go for whatever fucking healthcare they want to.
Yeah.
So it's not just you. So again, it's not just your tax dollars. People that get abortion also pay taxes. So yes, it can go for their healthcare too. 100%.
Yeah, I'm not down with socialism though.
Nobody cares. Nobody asked you about socialism. Nobody said anything about socialism, did we?
No, you said bailing out this, so I was thinking about
No,
banks.
I didn't say anything about socialism.
Banks and car plants Obama was bailing.
Yeah, so I didn't say anything about socialism, did I?
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't. I was responding to your comment about reckless behavior.
Yeah, reckless behavior, yeah.
Right. So
y'all,
again,
maybe the left should promote, like, don't be active until you get married. Maybe the AB rates will go down.
Nope, never been a thing.
Yeah, because
never been a thing. Like not even it. So would you and I agree? So would you and I agree that when women didn't have access to birth control, and when it was don't have sex before married, that did not have an impact on abortion?
There were more families back then.
No, there weren't.
Yeah, it was.
No, there wasn't.
The Black community thrived before the left got involved.
Okay, so again, you keep doing this to the left. There's no such thing as the left.
It is the left.
No, there's not.
There is the left.
No, there's not. So what are you? Are you the right?
I'm with nobody.
Oh, bullshit. You don't get to do that. 74, you know what you are? You are disingenuous. You are disingenuous. Hey, let me tell you how disingenuous you are. You literally want to sit up here and spew things. You want to pull up a fake ass source talking about I got it from the World Wide Web, and then you just want to keep throwing out big buzzwords that you think are going to say something, but you're not really actually saying anything, and you're not even having a meaningful conversation. You don't even desire to have a conversation.
No, well, let's be honest. All this.
I am being. You be honest. I've been being honest since I got here.
All that is just clickbait at the end of the day.
What is?
All this does is get people to come to your page and engage and give gifts. I said all this.
Oh, you literally have no idea who you're talking to. You literally don't know who you're talking to.
What do we do?
You don't know.
Over here and we live our life, right?
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, you might. Yeah, you don't know who you're talking to. Okay, so now I'm gonna show you what you ought to do before you start saying things, and you don't know whose room you're in, and you don't know who those people are, and you don't know what those people do. You might shut up, because I actually don't just sit on this app and have conversations. Yeah. So I tell you what, when you have Yeah, I'm not even going there. So let me just be clear. Sir, I have done more work and advocacy and organizing and than you probably could ever even dream of. Well, and I do it all the time on the and I do it all the time in this app. I have done more work for this country. So I'll show you real quick. I'll show you real quick. So literally, when you take the time to build a whole drive so that the entire country can have access to the information that's impacting them, if I could just take any state in any district in English or in Spanish and show them what's actually happening with all of their benefits, what they're going to have access to, what they're not going to have access to. If I can go down and show every state across this entire country how many data centers they have in each congressional district, how many people are actually living in poverty, what the poverty levels are. If I can go and show people exactly what the potential legislations are, how we use those legislations to get bills passed that actually take corrupt money out of politics, and the sample legislations that I get people, or when you can actually coordinate and get people in 49 different states across the country and almost 20% of the counties in this country, then you might have one sliver of an iota of everything that I do. I don't sit up in this app and have fucking clickbank. I know policy. I do research. Matter of fact, while we're at it, you can come right up here and then you can go to my link tree. Go ahead and go to my link tree on my page. It is full. See that? These are the resources that I provide to people. A ton of them, which is why I can get on this app and actually know what I'm talking about, and you don't. Yeah, you don't have a clue.
Hey, it's not my full-time job to sit up and worry about what everybody else is doing.
This is not about worrying about what everybody else is doing. This is about contributing to the society that I desire to live in. This is about making sure that if I have the ability to impact people, right, that I do that.
And you're doing all that.
And by the way, I got it, Veronica.
And has it changed?
Things have changed. What are you talking about?
What's changed?
And literally, so let me ask you this. Can you tell me, when is the last time you ever talked to the FTC? You ever had you ever presented anything to Lena Khan? Have you ever? Huh?
What do I need to talk to them for?
I don't know. Do you care about your grocery prices? Do you care about your healthcare systems? Do you care about franchises? Do you care about what is it that you care about? Or do you not care about anybody but you?
It's not even about me not caring. I just realize at the end of the day, you go hem and haw, protest, go vote. They're still going to just screw us all over anyway.
Well, I mean, that might be you. So that might be you, right?
Yeah,
that might be you, and that's entirely up to you. But here's what I know.
Pessimistic view about politics and policy.
And that's you. You can have a pessimistic view. Here's what I know. Because I have children and grandchildren. And so what I know is that the fight that I do not do today, I leave for them. Because this is the world that does exist, period. Right? And there might be things that I do see in my lifetime, and there might be things that I don't. But it's not about that. It's about who I desire to be as a person in the life that I have. Right? So I have one life that I get to live. And so I get to choose how I spend that life and what I do with it. And so what I have decided, what works for me, right, is to do whatever is in my realm of influence that would have the greatest positive impact to leave things better than when I got here. So that's what I've decided for me. That's not who you are. And that's okay. I don't expect for everybody to be me, right? Right? So what I desire to do, is to make sure that I have accurate information, that I give as much of that information as I possibly can to as many people as I possibly can, and do everything I can to put us on the path to a stable, democratic, constitutional republic that works for the benefit of working class people. That's my focus.
I'm surprised you used the word republic.
Why? I know what the hell my country is.
Well, I mean,
there's three parts of it.
Constantly use the word democracy.
Well, see, that's where you get it off. You're so stuck in the left. So you're so stuck in your partisan shit bullshit. You literally are doing what they all want you to do. You are playing right into it. And what's sad is you're a grown adult. That's what's so sad, is you're literally
No,
sitting
it's
up
not
here.
sad. I really don't
It is.
care. I don't care.
And that's even sadder.
And it's all good because I had no control over it. I only get one vote.
So would you like
So
for me
when
to
I vote,
would you like for me to pull up I can show you an election that came down to one vote.
I'm just gonna say this. When I vote and then another person decides who gets in there, then it's like, hey, and then I still see, no matter who's in there, I still see the same bull crap. I still see our groceries going up. I still see our gas prices.
Well, you just told me you don't care about groceries. You said, why would you talk to the FTC?
So
you don't care.
It really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's all bullcrap. So I'm not going to stress myself out about it. Me personally, when I see someone that's maybe on the opposite side of my beliefs, I'm not even going to say politics because I don't care nothing about Republicans or Democrats. I just get in the comments and I just say things. Other than that, what I will say is this. I don't trust Republicans because they be doing all the opposite of what they say. But I will say this. I know one thing. The Democrat Party definitely ain't good for me and my family or black people, period, because they cater to illegal immigrants. They don't cater to the people.
They don't cater to... You know, okay, so here's what I'm going to ask you. So 74, here's what I want to see really quickly. You ready? So here's my question for you. Give me an example of what the Democratic Party does that caters to immigrants.
One, opening up the borders.
Okay, so let's pause.
Giving them,
hold on, wait, because it's better. Listen, wait, let's take them one at a time. Wait, 74, listen, I'll be goddamn. Listen, we will take your issues one at a time. Because that is the way that we have productive conversation.
But I'm not going to talk about immigration and open borders.
That is what you brought up. So don't say it if you don't want to talk about it.
I wouldn't finish making my point.
Right, but hold on. So you understand, and I've explained this to you already. I am responsible for how information comes out. And so here's what I don't do, and I'm just going to be very direct. What I don't do is let people talk for 3 minutes and say a bunch of things that aren't true. Because what happens is, listen, can I finish? Listen, because there are people, because this is what happens. Because people scroll through this app. And if they listen for 60 seconds, or if they listen for 30 seconds, and then they keep going, right? I'm responsible. So this is what I said to you. We will talk about things one at a time. Your claim that Democrats open borders, do you have a source for that?
Girl, if you're going to...
My name is not girl. My name is not girl. My name is not girl. My name...
Every little...
I'm going to stop you because you're not going to talk over me and call me outside my damn name. I have called you... Your name says 74 Reacts. And every time that I have spoken to you, I have called you 74. I'm not on this app calling you boy. I have not disrespected you and called you boy.
Okay.
Yeah, so call me by my damn name.
My apologies. But what I'm not going to do is sit here and pretend that under Joe Biden, our borders did nothing to keep the border secure.
I hope you wouldn't pretend that because she did quite a bit. You don't know what you're talking about.
Sit there and debate that, then I'm not the one being disingenuous.
Here's what I will happily do. I will actually give you every bit of facts. And you ain't even got to get your computer out. I'll do it for you. You ready? Let me break it down for you. So let me explain to you what happened in 2020. In 2020, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a global pandemic. During that global pandemic, the CDC issued a policy called Title 42. Are you familiar, 74, with Title 42?
Explain.
No. Okay. So Title 42 is a public health policy. Our normal immigration law is Title 8. They are very different things. And here's what's different. Title 8 is an actual law. And I'm going to bring up a comparison so that you can see it. So give me one moment. So here's what happened. Under Title 8, under our normal immigration process, when somebody comes to the border and they are examined under Title 8, the processing time, the normal average is 90 minutes. right? That's what we do. It's 90 minutes before we determine if they meet any of the criteria to get a notice to appear. Okay. If they are caught under Title 8 trying to illegally enter the country, then it's a civil infraction, like a speeding ticket. You can get a fine and you get a notice to appear. But under Title 8, if they try it for a second time, it then becomes a felony. And then the increased penalty is they are barred from future asylum ever, right? And they can actually spend up to 2 years in prison, but usually they would just be deported. Second, they have immigration proceedings and whatever, but that's it. So under Title 8, which is our normal immigration law, we have a recidivism rate that is 7%, just 7%, right? Under Title 42, very different circumstances, because number one, it's a policy, it's not a law. So if you enter the country illegally, there is no penalty at all. There's no fine, there's no notice to appear, there's no nothing. If you try it again, because it's a policy and not a law, there's no increase in the severity of punishment. You still can remain available to qualify for asylum in the future, right? The processing time was less than 15 minutes under Title 42. And the recidivism rate under Title 42, guess what, was 27%. 27%. So that was implemented by the CDC under the Trump administration in 2020. The Biden-Harris administration actually moved to have Title 42 lifted after we got through the worst part of the pandemic in 2021. And it was actually blocked. It was actually the Republican Party that sued it to keep Title 42 in place. So for those of you guys who are not familiar, this is what the differences look like between these two things. Okay? So when you see the numbers of encounters at the border, and those numbers went from 1.3 million to 3 million, and you're like, holy shit, that's a lot of encounters. Number one, that's not entries because they were immediately removed. And number two, that's not 3 million individual people because we had a recidivism rate of 27%. So damn near a third. Okay. So number one, it is important to understand that we did not have quote unquote open borders under the Biden-Harris administration. Number two, it's critical to understand that the immigration policy that was in effect for the majority of the Biden-Harris administration until the end of 2023 was actually the Trump Title 42 public policy, not Biden's immigration law at all. And number three, we didn't have millions and millions of people just quote unquote pouring in. We had a recidivism rate of 27% and a public health policy in place. So those are actually the facts about what happened under the Biden-Harris administration. What's also a fact is that in 2021, when Kamala Harris was put over addressing the root causes of immigration in the Northern Triangle, she did just that. And the whole press was with her when she did it. Literally, it outlined it. I could literally show you the press pool notes from 2021. It was never about closing down the border. It was always, her role was always to work with those countries and other countries from around the world to repair the harm that we did that destabilized those countries and to make it so that people did not want to migrate and leave.
Boy, that was a lot. Anyway.
I know it was.
Anyway, the amount of getaways doubled under a Biden. Now, my thing is this.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Stop doing that.
Whatever.
Name a source. Name a source. Name a source.
Name
a source.
Why?
No, I'm not doing that, 74. No, I'm not doing that.
Do that during a pandemic?
I'm not doing that. Stop it. I'm not doing that. You're not gonna. So let me tell you how disrespectful you are. Let me tell you how disrespectful you are. Because here's what I'm not gonna do. I am not gonna sit up here, give you.
You know what? I'm great. Leave you alone, okay?
Yeah, because here's why.
No.
And here's why. And here's why. Because what I won't let you do, what I won't let you do is spew nonsense with no sources, with no facts, and then every time, which is what?
I'm looking right.
Which is it? What's the source? Name it. What's your source?
Oh, good grief.
What's your source?
All right, the BBC, the Committee on Homeland Security, Senator Corinne.
So, no.
What else? Hold on.
No.
Center for Immigration Studies in New York.
No.
House Committee on the Budget.
No. We're not just naming off shit off the internet results. No, we're not doing that. I want you to give me the source with the actual report.
Go ahead and talk to your leftist.
I'm not talking to leftists. I talk to all kinds of people today. Don't be mad at me because I require you to have facts.
I don't care.
The problem is you do. Right. The problem is you do. What I am never going to do is let you sit up here and spout misinformation all damn day. I'm not doing that. I don't platform misinformation. I don't do it. And if you are a grown man that cannot provide an actual source, dear God in heaven. You care enough to regurgitate all of the lies and the talking points that they want you to. Folks, listen, I am somebody that will talk to you and does talk to damn near everyone. Okay? Yeah, he said that was a lot. Yeah, facts can be a lot. You learned a lot out of that conversation. I love that. Thanks, Liana. So listen, that Google document, if you guys have never been to my link tree, please go there. There's a ton of information in my link tree, folks. To give you an idea, I want to show you all something. This is my link tree. And I'm just going to scroll. Do you see? I'm still scrolling. And I'm still scrolling. This link tree is in my TikTok bio. And I'm still scrolling. When you come up on my panel, I am going to ask you for facts because I provide them. And I'm only halfway down the damn screen. And it's not my feelings. You want to talk to me about immigration? This is just from Kilmar Abrego Garcia in Venezuela. Do you see every court case, every ruling, every document? Additional immigration information. These things are here for a reason, because what I don't do is just sit up on this damn app and clickbait and argue with people. I don't give a shit about arguing with you. And the only reason I allow people like that up here on my page is to educate the other people who are actually listening. That is the reason why. All right, folks. When I bring you up, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. Give me 1 second. Crystal, did you mean to request up? Crystal, did you? No, okay, I got you. Okay, I need to unlock my door because they're going to be home in like 30 minutes and I don't want to be in the middle of a conversation. So give me 1 second. No, you're good, Crystal. No worries, you're good. Okay, all right. Okay, so for those of you all, if you're new to me, will you do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat just so I know where my new folks are, and I appreciate you all for being in here. Lucid, I did the art. The artwork is mine. Tammy, you are not new. Shut up, you either, Candy Kiss. Oh, okay. So really quickly, Audrey, I love that you became a super fan. Sandy, you either. Shut up. You new in spirit. I hear you. Okay, so listen. You just follow me? Yeah. So I'm going to share really quickly with you all. What the goal is for this space. Okay. The reason why I have these on here, which number one, those weren't the original. We already covered. Here's the other things that we covered today. We already covered this Mamdani Democratic quote. We already covered a very extensive 59-page report, not 59 pages, however many pages, report on ICE, and then some of the misinformation around the DSA. So we already covered that. We are on the second half, the second part of what we're doing. Okay. And so the purpose here is to have conversations that create understanding and build connection with each other. And hopefully it is built upon accurate information that corrects a bunch of the BS that's out there, because people need to get really informed so that they can actively and appropriately participate in the country that we live in. Period. Okay. So one of the reasons why these two things are up here is because these are things that I see being talked about all across the internet that I believe are important for us to address. We need to absolutely get focused. So I don't know, Moki, I can't tell you the why behind that. They're building data centers everywhere, right? But I will just tell you, the data centers are about the flock cameras. The data centers are about, a surveillance state. The data centers are about control, right? And so I think that's the thing that people need to understand. And that's one of the reasons why I have put the information in there that I've done. So it's just important to know. So yeah. Anyway, what I see happening is I see, and I'm just going to call a thing. And so if you're new and you don't like this, I don't know what to say to you, but let me just be clear. So this talk about reparations and this push that it seems to get Black people to participate in hateful rhetoric towards immigrants and or Muslims is literally them playing in your fucking face and using you like Step and Fetch Steven from Django. It is absolutely incredibly disheartening to see Black people being used by the white supremacist patriarchy that we have in this country and you allow and you let them control you like puppets to be mad at immigrants. Them immigrants are not the reason that your life is the way that it is. Immigrants are not determining how much you fucking make it work. Immigrants are not the people that decide if you get housing or bank loans or house loans. The immigrants are not the people that are determining how much you get on your check, what your refund looks like or doesn't look like, if you can buy a car, if you can't buy a car. They don't have anything to do with that. You mad at folk that are subject to the same system you are. Those immigrants are not the reason why you do or you don't have health insurance. That is a system that has tied your health insurance to whether or not you work for a company. It is the United States of America that has connected your ability to get health insurance to who you do or don't work for, and if that company can afford to give you insurance. Y'all up here talking about some folks that don't have shit to do with shit. And in the same situation you in, and sometimes worse. They got you punching down instead of looking up. And then some of y'all want to sit up here and talk about, oh, the Muslims are coming. Shut up. They've been saying that since I was born. I am still, listen, I'm waiting for the Muslim immigrant rapture. That's what I'm waiting on. Because ain't none of it happened. Not yet. Y'all been telling me my whole life the communists are coming, the Muslims are coming, and Jesus is coming. And ain't none of it been here yet. Haven't taken over nothing. But do you know what is happening? Obesity is on the rise. Life expectancy is down. Our children are struggling in schools. Our education system's going to shit. We're spending more money on defense than anything else. Can't afford your damn groceries. Can't get gas. And the same people still running the system. Same people. Now you got all kinds. Listen, y'all got measles is back. Your lettuce is rotten. You got parasites and worms and crazy ass bacteria coming. But we're winning. We go to that damn CDC. We got rid of the career professionals leading the CDC. You want me to be scared of the boogeyman. Y'all crazy. You want me to be scared of the boogeyman. Meanwhile, your ass is Ike Turner and me every time I turn around. Yeah, I'm not here for it. Yeah, they want to make everybody else out to be the boogeyman. Meanwhile, literally, we are in the most abusive relationship with our federal government and with our government, period. And it's the same people that are leading the government that have always been. Good afternoon, Sandy. How are you? Sandy? Oh, I guess you didn't mean to come up. Shut up, Sandy. I mean, I'm just saying, y'all. And it is so wild when I hear somebody say, like 74, I don't trust Republicans, but them Democrats sure ain't good for me. So tell me how Republicans are good for you at all. So Lisa, I just said, so what do we do? So I have been saying this and I keep saying this. So literally what we do, okay, is we get serious about winning elections and we get serious about finding progressive candidates who represent the best interest of working class people. and we keep getting those people to run for office. Maybe that's you, run for office. If it's not you, support someone else who is running for office. And then for God's sake, start talking to your neighbors. Now I'm going to take a second to fuss at you guys in the chat. Are you ready? Are you ready? All of y'all you let yourself get rage baited with 74, and all of y'all kick him. No matter how much, all of you all remember, all of you all know that when someone like that is on this panel, that means there are 400 other people in this room that are listening. But instead of focusing on the 400 other people that would be listening to the conversation, you started talking shit to the dude in the box. And that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. If you all were on, so last Friday night, when I showed the Roger Stone documentary, we had a MAGA person join. If you were with me Friday night when we watched the Roger Stone documentary, A Storm Foretold, on my Google Meet, put a 1 in the chat. All right, shits and giggles. We had a woman who self-identified as MAGA. And when I tell you I had to cuss out my own chat because they would not shut the fuck up and let me talk with her. But then when they did, do you know how we left that conversation? Number one, that woman stayed on with me for over an hour. And she got it. By the time we got to the end of that conversation, I was able to walk her all the way through Project for the People. And she was like, wow. And she was like, oh, we agree on more than we disagree. Imagine that. Yes, we do, ma'am. And then she's asking me, okay, well, what if I don't agree with like 12-year term limits for SCOTUS? What if I think it should be 20 or 25? And I was like, great. Then we just have a conversation. I'm not married to 12 years. You're not married to 25. Let's figure out somewhere in the middle. But first, we got to get to the place where we can make that happen. But y'all, we are not going to get there if every time you hear somebody stuck where they're at. So let me tell you what y'all want me to really tell you? I can't post it, Linda. We don't record documentary viewings. It wasn't a Project for the People meeting. But let me just tell you something. Do you know what I really think about 74? Here's what I really think about 74. I think that he is an individual that has been let down by the systems in whatever way, but in some way significantly, right? There's got to be something that transpired at some point in time that hurt him tremendously. Whether it was in his income, his life, his whatever it is, I don't know. And that has made him withdraw. And in order to justify being withdrawn, in order to justify being non-engaged, right? Then he's got to repeat all the narrative talking points. He's got to find the reasons to justify his position right now. And it doesn't matter if those reasons are negative. That's why he shut that fucking computer. He shut that damn laptop because he went to look that shit up. Did you hear what he said? The first thing he said, well, what this thing is saying now is, what up, A-Money? Right? Girl, everything, A-Money. But so let me tell you, this is really what I believe, y'all. And this is the part that some of y'all be like, I don't know about all that. Listen, all of us start out as compassionate, empathetic, let me not say all, most people start out as passionate, empathetic children. We start out that way. We care about each other. We cry when other people cry. We feel what other people feel. And it is only after life experiences and disappointments and abandonments and traumas and hurt that we begin to build these walls all around us. And I don't know if everybody gets this, but we are in a really unique place. We are in the most hostile political environment that we have had in almost half a century. For 10 years straight, all we have heard is hostile, political, racist, sexist language. And it is something that our society wasn't used to. It impacts us differently than it did in the 40s and 50s, because that just was the way shit was. And then on top of that, you had a damn global pandemic in the dead middle of all this fuckery. And in the middle of that pandemic, you got people, we had to figure out how to go to school, how to get groceries, how to live, how to say goodbye, how to bury people when we couldn't be there, how to give birth and not see it. All of those things, right? I can clip it, Jehovah. And then you wonder why people are closed off. You wonder why people are in the place where they are. And that is why the most important thing that we can do is have conversations. Have conversations about real issues that build connection and create understanding. It's critical. It's how we're going to win elections. And it's not just how we win one. So listen, we might win midterms because of the fuckery that's going on, but the way that we sustain the progress is through those connections and that growth and that understanding. If we don't do the work, whatever gains we make, we'll lose, and we'll continue to swing back and forth like some insane pendulum, getting whiplash all the damn time. I am tired of swinging back and forth. Listen, let me just tell y'all, in my opinion, the Democratic Party needs to take over the conversation on abortion. And they need to stop talking about gestation. They need to stop talking about life of the mother. They need to stop talking about all the other things, because it's not about that. It's about, does a woman deserve to make her healthcare decisions between herself and her physician, like other grown adults do? Men, you get to talk to your doctor and decide if you get a penile implant or not. She don't have a say. You need to take the conversation back. It is not about abortion. That's not the conversation. You've let them coin this right to life, right to choose, right to this, right to that. That's not the conversation. The conversation is, damn it, I get to make my healthcare decisions between me and my physicians. No, it's not, Ernie. It's not. No, it's not another life. No, sir, no, it's not. The Democratic Party needs to take back every single one of these topics. If I were the Democratic Party, I would be running ads telling people about the difference between Title 42 and Title 8. I sure would. I'd show them the recidivism numbers. I would show them the changes in the performance plans for immigration judges. I would show them the difference in the criminal behavior of the actual people that work for Border Patrol and ICE compared to the actual immigrants. I just put that report in my link tree today. There were 59 criminal cases between Customs and Border Patrol and ICE. And the majority of them were committing crimes against children, and the majority of the crimes were sex crimes out of those 59 cases. I went over it in depth today. It's in my link tree. Go click it. Go read it. You just sound silly, can't believe, but you can come on up here and let's talk about it. Can't believe the news today. You want to join the panel? I sent you an invitation. Which info, Oklahoma lady? Which info are you asking about? Salam Muhammad OS. What is a conservative politics meeting? What's a conservative politics meeting? So I don't know if you're reading the prompt. See the question mark there? And it says, are reparations in the Black community being used to derail the midterms? And there's a question mark. And then the second prompt is, should the U.S. end its special relationship with Israel? Hey guys, don't be rude in the comments. People can ask questions. Don't be rude. I don't know what you're talking about. Can't believe the news today when you say this is a conservative politics meeting. I don't know what you're talking about. Right, but there's a way to offer correction. Yeah. So listen, can't believe the news today. This is your last invitation before you get muted, because now you're just reposting something that you already posted. Okay. Thank you for joining. So when you say we made a trillionaire, who are you talking about? Can't believe the news today? You're on the panel. And so he left. So mods, go ahead and take care of Can't Believe the News Today. You can go ahead and mute. So I'm just going to be really clear. Thank you, Linda. I'm just going to be very clear about things, folks. If I give you the opportunity to come up on this panel and have a conversation, and you refuse to do that while you run your jaws in the chat, trying to be distracted, you will eventually get muted because you're not here in good faith, and I don't really care to have you for the level of engagement. Folks, when I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. All right. It's a lot going on over here in these TikTok streets, y'all. All right. So I accepted everybody that was in the chat. I think, Liana, you're not connecting for some reason. You might have to request again. Yeah. I mean, Oklahoma lady, I'm not sure what you said. You said you agree and you're leaving. Okay. Like, I don't know what you want me to say to that. You can choose to stay or not stay. It's the internet. You know what I mean? If you want to have a viable conversation, then feel free to join the panel and we can do that. Just saying. TikTok, hold on for just a second. All right, so YouTube, Substack, Twitch, and Facebook. I'm going to shut you guys down. We've been at it for 5 hours today. I appreciate you all very much. I won't be on TikTok too much longer, I don't think either, but I'm going to go ahead and go on this side of the world, and I will see you all again tomorrow, okay?